Is it Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday. That makes it reset day, right? Ooh, new stuff. Let's explore. How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome, welcome. It is a Wednesday. Last time I checked, anyway. And, everything's changing. Yeah, we're not seeing any new, but everything's changing on Twitch, in the technology world. Stuff I'll probably end up talking about today a little bit. I keep out of the drama so much, but one aspect of Twitch is disappearing, which is big news for me, big news for the platform. Everybody may not necessarily, most people may not have too much of an opinion on it, but I think most will agree it can only be a good thing. The removal of luck-based gambling off the platform is another big win for all content creators. And we'll explain why it's all content creators, not just select content creators later. Right, let's get things all set up. Let's get things rocking and rolling. So today I have the suspicion, it's a subtle suspicion, that we may end up doing a bunch of fishing. Probably not too much fishing, just enough that we need to do. Some quick simple maths from yesterday on the beta. We worked out, hang on, let's make sure we got some in-game audio. We worked out yesterday that with 2,000 dragonfly fish of any variety, 2,000 fish will give you a single renown level with the Iskars. Now, obviously, there's slightly easier ways to get reputation with those guys, but it's a bit limited. So we'll do what we can do. We want to try and unlock some of the higher renown items to see what they do, see what we can test with them. I might, I've been thinking about this for a few days, and I'm not entirely sure. My chair's broken. Hang on. That might have fixed it. I kind of have this feeling that I should really be playing the beta. This sounds odd, right? But I feel I should be playing the beta like I would do when it goes live. I think I know enough about the game so far to understand how the game plays out in enough of a sense so that if I play it like I would play it, not necessarily 18 hours a day, but if I play it like I would play it once the game comes out, it will paint a good enough picture of what we can expect. Obviously, tuning will be a thing for sure. But it would start to give a better understanding, I think, of just how quickly things happen, or how slowly things happen. Is the glass half full, half empty? Who knows? But I think that's probably a sensible way to start looking at things. Especially when it comes to sort of leveling characters, acquisition of materials, for when it comes to gaining renown, for unlocking new features in the game. So we could see, do you remember the unlock requirements for the profession dailies in the capital? I'm level 68 with 2 professions at 25 or above. I did the quests I could find and no bueno. By the way, check back when the daily metal quest, it was 30 metal for me yesterday. The easy answer is no, I can't remember. But I do remember, so if you look on Wowhead, I think it was level 62. So I'm not quite sure how you've managed to get all the way to 68, what you've missed. See, getting to 25 is the requirement for... Getting to 25 is the requirement for unlocking the specs. I think... Now, it depends on whether you got to level 68 by doing campaign only or not. But the fact that you're aware of well, actually, thinking about it, there's a couple of quests in the Anaran Plains for the Artisan Consortium which are one-time quests that go to showcase what everything does. One of those might end up being a prerequisite quest to unlock the dailies, I'm not sure. This is the problem. I've only leveled one character on the beta. And I've leveled one character on the beta, and I seemingly have always had the daily quests. So it's difficult, right? I'm not entirely sure. What's this? The Frost Rime Fin Tuna. What's this? Frost Rime Fin Tuna. Brush off the ice coating on the fish. A sturdy fish coated in frosted outer shell. Oh, so there's a frosted one, which is probably what you loot. And then you use it and you get the proper fish. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. Let's get some of this stuff listed while we get going. I'm not going to spend too much time on retail today. We're going to dive into beta pretty quickly. That's just because. Let's get some of this stuff relisted though. I've one bugged artisan quest in my log. Maybe that's it. Possibly. I cannot confirm nor deny for the simple reason I can't remember. And I don't think I ever fully worked it out either. What profession do you think is going to be the best when you raid and are going to make the highest level gear? The way that I would suspect that it makes... It's going to make sense for raiders and high-end mythic pluses, I would imagine, to take the profession that suits their armor. So if you're a mage, if you're a cloth wearer, take tailoring. If you're a leather wearer, take leatherworking. If you're a plate wearer, take blacksmithing. That is going to make a lot of sense to me. Now, I'm not an endgame raider, so I can't really confirm or deny whether that's the best option, but that makes an awful lot of sense to me because it removes your need for another crafter somewhere else on your server to be doing the hard work and for you having to pay them. In that regard, it allows you to upgrade your own gear. It allows you to be self-sufficient in that regard, and I would imagine quite quickly that the big name raiders, the Wowhead and the Icy Veins guide makers, might suggest that at least one of your primary professions be an armor crafting profession, because that's going to solve a lot of problems for people. It does mean that it puts emphasis on that raider to actually do stuff with their profession as well, which they may not necessarily like, and ultimately they might outsource it. It depends on the size of the raiding guild. If they're pushing world rankings, then they'll probably outsource it because it's one less thing to have to worry about. Just spend some gold and somebody else will do it for you. But if you're your average raiding guild, it's probably sensible for you to have at least your armor proficiency profession. So that you can be at least a little bit self-sufficient in upgrading your own gear. Outside of that, though, take what you want, I would imagine. There are some professions that have their own perks, but it depends what you want to do. If you're gonna use it purely for the... If you're going to purely use it to increase your item level, you then may want to look at other crafting professions, things like jewel crafting, that will be able to make you rings, necklaces, trinkets, this sorts of thing. But I've not really looked into it from that perspective yet. And I know that my perspective is probably not the best perspective because I don't do raiding. So, what do I know? It's like me telling PvPers how to do arena. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Once you've picked your professions, I can certainly tell you how to level them, but I'm probably not the best one for telling you what is the min-max optimal professions to have if you're a raider. Arena's pretty easy. Kill the opponents before they kill you. Well, the whole game's easy, isn't it? Keep your, like the Blizzard tooltip says. Blizzard give, you know, when the loading screens, Blizzard gives you the tips. It's if you're having trouble killing the boss, if you're having trouble slaying the dragon, then maybe try and keep your health above 1. There you go, magic. Now you win. Job done. As long as you keep your health above 1, you're good. Seems that Blizzard bounce back and forth with each expansion with bind on pickup and bind on equip crafted gear. It makes sense. It makes sense for a lot of stuff to be bind on pickup because it does emphasize the work order system. The only problem is going to be is the work order system going to be any good? There's a big if in that whole thing, right? Having everything being bind on pickup and only being tradable through the work order system is fine if the work order system is solid. If it's not solid, we have a problem. There's also a slight problem of that it does kind of make the entire profession system a bit of a borrowed power system. Not borrowed power in its true official sense, but borrowed power in terms of the fact that come the next expansion, it will all be dead. They'll scrap all of it and they'll have to reinvent the wheel again. Which is something that ironically players want to see Blizzard doing less and less of that, but as expansions go on, they seem to do more and more of it. They spend all this time, money and effort developing something that lasts precisely 18 months before they delete it. Which seems very weird. They could have the Final Fantasy experience of having quite literally hundreds, if not thousands of hours of fun, enjoyable, playable content if they maintained what they've already done and brought it forward with them. But they don't, so... Different game, different flavour, different players, I guess, is the theory, but it's always felt a bit strange to me how they feel to hemorrhage their own cash cow by practically deleting all their hard work before it's even had chance for most people to really, dive through it. Struggling with a tough foe, remember to keep your health above 0 whilst lowering your enemy's health to 0. Works every time. Yeah, see, there we go. That's the one. That's the one. Interesting thing about the knowledge, I bought all the 5 knowledge points from the artisan trainer for 20 metal each. A couple of hours later, there were 10 more to buy at the next reputation level. Whether the original 5 will reset, I don't know. That trainer, the items that are on it are are a limited resource. What's considered a limited resource. So it means any time anybody buys them, they're gone for everybody. So I would suspect that you'll probably find players camping that dude. Because I confirmed this yesterday. I went to the vendor and I bought... There was 5 herbalism knowledge. I bought 2. And in the time it was for me to check how many artisan's metal I still had in my bags and go back to the vendor, another dude had run along and bought the other 3. So they were gone. That's why they have the little number against them. It's a limited resource on that vendor. Very much like back in the days, you'd have rare patterns pop up on a vendor and they'd have a number in brackets. And when they were gone, they were gone. They weren't just gone for you, they were gone for everybody. Now, I would imagine that that could be quite interesting when it comes to phasing. Surely in that regard, then, you can just be realm hopping between instances of Valdrakken to find the vendor that's got them so that you can spend your artisan's metal. But even still, I'm not entirely convinced that artisan's metal is going to be the best place for you to... sorry, I don't think that vendor's going to be the best place for you to spend artisan's metal anyway. Unless you are really pushing to be the absolute #1 crafter at a certain thing on your realm. So... Because 20 artisans metal, I feel, could be better used elsewhere. But I don't know. It might. Who knows? It depends where. It depends what the true ultimate bottleneck ends up being. I also found, which is quite fun, if you buy 4 knowledge off that vendor, I'll showcase this on stream a little bit later. If you buy 4 off that vendor, when you learn each one of those 4, you gain 5 artisan's metal each time. Because each time you learn a knowledge point, you gain 5 artisan's metal. So if you buy 4, you get the 5th one for free. So you technically only need 80 to buy all 5 of them. You just need to learn the first 4 first. So they're technically only, what's that make it, like 15 artisan's metal each, ultimately? Alchemy seems very metal hungry, with the discovery taking 5 each. Indeed, this also works with knowledge you gain from drops, 5 metal per point. Yeah, it does, yeah. Every time you learn a knowledge point through practically whatever means, you're gaining 5 artisan metal. The epic quest turn-in item rewards 25 metal, but only 1 point. When you learn that point as well, you'll probably gain another 5. I don't know. These are all balancing things. These are numbers that I don't particularly put much trust in, because they are very, very likely to have changed by the time the game goes live. That's always the way Blizzard does things. Talking about sizable changes, why in the flippity-doodah has the token price in the EU spiked? Spiked through the roof this morning. This is actually lower than what it was. It was up to like 375k already this morning. Token price is going to the moon. Maybe it's got something to do with the fact that we're getting closer and closer to Wrath of the Lich King, and people are cashing out cashing out gold into Blizzard Battle. Oh, Modern Warfare maybe? Does Modern Warfare have that much of a pull? Did it come out today? Was it a pre-purchase Modern Warfare 2 and get early access to the open beta on September the 22nd? Oh, well, there we go then. That's probably got something to do with it. That's probably got something to do with it. Bunch of people cashing out some WoW gold to get their hands on this. If the beta for this starts tomorrow. Are they taking the piss? They're still trying to charge $100 for like a remake. Oh my days. $70 for the standard edition of a video game. Oof. It's not a remake. It's called Modern Warfare 2. Haven't we had a Modern Warfare 2? Isn't this the 3rd time we've had a Modern... I swear we've had Modern Warfare 2 like 6 times. The remake was already done. I don't know. It's been a long time since... This is a Oh, this is a reboot. Oh, I see. So they've taken the exact same concept and just made it again, rather than taking the exact same assets and giving them a polish. Okay. So they didn't polish the turd, they just squeezed out a new turd. Okay, I get it. I get it. It makes sense. Sure. Apologies if you actually enjoyed the Modern Warfare franchise. I think it lost its shine a long time ago. Okay, fine. Fine. But that's probably got... the token will go back down again then. That's fine. That makes sense. But it's weird, right, how the value of gold in World of Warcraft is so heavily heavily based on what's going on other Blizzard games. The more Blizzard games that hit the launcher, the worse this problem gets, but... Okay, no need to do all too much. I've made sure I've got everything listed. Yeah, we don't need to do all too much, I don't think, on retail. have I got? I'm looking to press a button and I don't know what button it is. It's that button. Where's my favourites list? There we go. Any surprises? It's all about same old now, isn't it? Nothing really makes a blind bit of difference. Less than 3,000 Pog Essence. That's an interesting twist of fate. You'd be pretty batshit correct, but clearly a reset has happened here. That's a remarkably skinny amount of progenitor essentia. Let's hope that that's because 10,000 of them have expired and are in somebody's mailboxes. Or there could be this weird scenario where, because practically nobody is in Zereth Mortis right now, that there just isn't that many of them. But I don't think they'd have dropped in quantity that quickly. What does Ouroboros say? I'm intrigued now. I'm intrigued. Where's my Ouroboros? Pog Essence. That's weird. Are we about to see a spike in price of Pog Essence? Why? Where did all of these go? Is it just that... Surely there ain't nobody that's playing the long game play on Pog Essence. Surely not. Surely not. There is no... Because Wrath... surely not. There was nobody... Surely not. I can't imagine. The only possibility here... Well, surely not. There cannot have been somebody that strolled into the market and took 10,000 progenitor essentia out of it and then just to hold it. Exactly the same on NA. Oh, NA's got a bigger problem on its hands. NA's got a bigger problem on its hands that they just don't exist. $10K is a gold cap. It's not that much. That's an odd one. Is this going to be... Are we going to have a Korthite crystal situation on our hands again? In terms of Korthite crystal, like for reference, Korthite crystals mid-patch died a death. Korthite crystals were like sub 100 gold a piece. And then they just all disappeared. And then, you know, because nobody was farming them anymore, somebody was holding them all. Oh, Lord have mercy. This is an interesting one. I mean, if you play on NA Realms right now, if you're playing on NA Realms right now, and you've got a spare few million gold about, make a play. Make a play. Look what you can do on NA Realms right now. You could hoover up. If you hoovered up everything under 14... You could hoover up everything under 1,500 gold for... and make 500 gold profit on every one. Probably. I don't know how much that is. It doesn't give you the same information like it does. Yeah, there you go. You could hoover up 3,000 for 900 gold apiece. I mean, if you're doing that, you'd probably go further because the NA wouldn't do much about it. 2.7 mil is pennies. 3 mil, take out the majority of the current market with no clear indication that there's a lot knocking about. Hey, so if somebody's got the opportunity to make a baller play, you know, somebody could go big on this. That could be funny. You could even go real ham salad. You could go absolutely mental with it. You could take it up to 2,500 gold for less than 3 million gold of an investment. Legendary market's dead. Rank 7s are going for under 8k, no demand, way too risky. I don't know. There'll be a pre-patch before not too long. And I shit you not, there's a very strong likelihood that come pre-patch, flood of people will come back in, and they'll be quickly scrabbling around to level stuff. Unless they disable the legendaries in the pre-patch. But, hey, for somebody that's got 10, 20 million gold kicking about, you know, you could spend 3 million gold today and double your money quite quickly. I'm not putting anywhere near as much time or effort into retail right now to try and make that sort of a play, but it doesn't feel overly risky, you know, because it's not like there's anybody with lots of stock kicking about. There's been less than you know, the highest peak in the last week over on the NA has been 8,000. They'll be active. They've even added new powers for the evokers. There we go. Is this buying the dip? This potentially could be buying the dip, you know. Or if you don't want to do anything too dramatic, dare I say it, start hoovering up some of the cheap ones. I mean, you could pick up 1,000 of them for like less than 900 gold a piece, easily. 1,500 of them for less than 900 gold a piece. Woo! NA is interesting. There's opportunities over there. I think Hikons should just buy them all. Somebody with more gold than sense over there that can spend 2 or 3 million gold, and if they lose it, they lose it. If they don't, they don't. It's a little bit more risky on the EU because there clearly was a bunch of them. The question is where the hell did they all go? Where did the best part of 8,000, where did the best part of 10,000 Korthite crystals go when they were 900 gold a piece? You tend to see, the pattern you tend to see is that, something ridiculous like this will happen on one realm, and then it will quickly happen on the other as well. Could just be that the person that bought them is on holiday for a week. Yeah, but who buys 10,000 Korthite crystals then goes on holiday for a week? You've got to have massive cojones to do that in a market that's been dipping. You've got to have seen something that nobody else had seen. You'll see them all turn up again in pre-patch, probably, but that's an interesting one. Dirty Irby does that. Wow. Yeah. This is the thing, right? I suppose it's not that bad of an issue. It's not that bad of an issue, really, when you think about if you've got 100 million, if you spend 10 of it, that's still only 10% of your wealth. If it goes Pete Tong, if everything goes south, then it's not the end of the day, is it, really? That's a funny one, though. That's a funny one. It's not something that I'm going to dip into too much, but I'll throw that out there as a very viable opportunity for somebody. It's not quite as lucrative in the EU, because there's clearly still some in circulation somewhere. But over on the NA realms, if you've got gold on the NA realms, go ham. Go crazy. The market's there for taking. Even if you have to sit on them for a couple of weeks until we get a pre-patch. Bang them out. 4 million to reset them to 3k, or just vendor them. Fun little prank on the EU. Cheeky little 4 million gold prank, yeah. Cheeky little 4 million gold prank. I've got the gold to do it, but not the desire to lose 4 million gold for the sake of a prank. It'd be good. It'd be funny. It'd be funny stream content though, I suppose, wouldn't it? Do I do it for the stream? Do I do it for the stream? Take 4 million gold of Pog Essence out of circulation, just see what happens. Just see what happens. I don't know. They'll all turn up again if I do it. Damn, a lithium ore is dipping below 20 gold now. Woo! There's some cheap essences. You can be banging out. Jewel crafters are probably still having a field day. I'm telling you, jewel crafters are still having a field day. Oh ho ho! Jewel crafters are having a field day. Loads of money in that. Double your money in that. Double your money profits in that. Jewel crafters are having a field day. I should be all over this like a rash, you know. This type of goal making isn't going to be anywhere near as feasible in Dragonflight. I should be taking full advantage of this, but anyway, I'll leave it to you guys to to take advantage of some of this. What I want to do is a quick sanity check on my Project Pet Realms. Quick scout through them. Have a little bit of a looky, see if we sold anything. Before I'm not doing anything. Oh, okay, we've sold something. I'll go collect some sales, and then we'll move over to the beta. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to work out that we could very clearly be in the dip, though, right now. You know, where Season 4 is basically been and gone for the majority. Fated raids are almost on rotation. I would imagine most people, or very, very many people, are greatly attracted in moving over and playing Wrath for a little bit, which will limit everything on retail. Yeah, as soon as pre-patch lands, the dip's over. So maybe now is the time to be making a play. Wow, not on this realm though. Boy oh boy. Oh, sorry, I just realised I didn't slurp my coffee quite anywhere near enough. There we go, that's better. If you know, you know. It sounded glorious. So, I can't remember where it was. Where was I the other day? I was in somebody else's stream, an ASMR stream. I was watching. Oh, nice big juicy one there, or juicy-ish, 50k. I was watching K-Chak over on YouTube, and I was chatting, and you know, and somebody was like, "Manthus, can you stop slurping your coffee so loudly on stream?" So I'm going to double down on it now. Because no coffee, no stream. It's really quite simple. Life without coffee is not worth living. Never had coffee. Never had coffee. Australian though, right? Doesn't that mean that you just, you've had lager on drip since a baby? Never ever. Never had coffee. Wow. You're missing out. Don't drink tea, coffee, or alcohol. Oh, if you're teetotal, are you some sort of hydro homie? Have we found ourselves a hydro homie? I mean, I guess you take tea, coffee, and alcohol out the mix. You got to be right. If you're not, you're dead. There's not many other choices. Ah, I see. I see. You're one of those healthy ones. Ugh. Make me sick. Ooh, another one. We'll take it. Another 20 odd K. I get not drinking alcohol for sure. I wish I did not enjoy a drink as much as I do. Add energy drinks to the list of non-consumables. It's good effort, my man. Well done. That's a nice, healthy lifestyle. Genuinely, most people think that it's the food that they consume that's, the majority of the problem. And in many cases, that is true. But most people discount the horrendous diet that people have from a liquid intake perspective. Practically anything that I like. Coffee is it has some benefits, but nowhere near at the quantity that people drink it. Alcohol is just categorically bad for you. There is no upside to alcohol in any way, shape, or form. Energy drinks are just the plague. Most people are all about, oh, I'll keep the calories down, but then you drink one glass of Coke and you might as well, you might as well have just slaughtered a field of dolphins every time you drink Coke. Red wine? Anybody that tries to claim red wine has beneficial health, like health benefits, is probably in the business of selling red wine. Some kind of alcohol are good for people with circulatory problems in moderate amounts. I'm sure there's better. I'm sure there's better medical solutions. There is a positive for alcohol, you just don't remember. Yeah, it's because you drank too much of the damn stuff. That's probably true. Do you play the market on Emerald Dream or Terranas? It depends. If it's a high pop or a full pop server, then yes. It sounds like it's Emerald. It's a French realm though, right? Isn't Emerald Dream a French realm? I might have made that up. A Pierre. I'll take it. No, it's an English one. Maybe then. I'm on about 30 different realms, and my focus was the higher populated realms. So if it's a full pop or a high pop server, I'm there. If it's a medium pop, I'm slowly getting to you. And if it's a low pop server, then no. One shot per night to lower blood pressure. Yeah, but doctors also used to prescribe drilling into your head to get rid of a headache. It's the... I'm fully up for trusting in science. But just because it's ordered by a doctor or has been ordered by a doctor doesn't necessarily mean it's the best solution for you. Let's agree to disagree that there is 10 times the amount of negative side effects to alcohol as there are positive. That doesn't discount that there may be 1 or 2 occasional, you know, outlier cases for consuming some level of alcohol. But they are far outweighed by the negatives. Hang on. Oh no, that's not the sale I wanted. Oh no, 5 rune cloth bandages. I can't believe I sold them. Why is somebody buying rune cloth bandages? Why is somebody buying rune cloth bandages? I don't know. Sure. Well, of all the things to be flipping. Of all the things to be flipping. I was hoping for a big juicy pet sale, not a few rune cloth bandages. I think actually I used to have a noise gate on my microphone. I think I've updated OBS and it's removed my noise gate, which might be a reason for the slurpiness. Where's my... No, not that one. Where's... Filters? My noise gate's not active apparently. That could be why. I'll have to reset that up at the end of the stream. Yeah, my noise gate's clearly not active. Okay. Is that genuinely all I sell on this realm? How pointless is that? Sorry, I'm ending up spending way more time on retail than I planned. A Proto Tickles, 15k. It's not big money in that, but we've been buying Proto Tickles for less than 10k consistently. Blazing Cinder Crawler. And Scrolls of Stamina. Okay, sure. Something else that I don't understand why somebody's buying. It goes to show, commodities sell for some reason. Why, oh why, would you be buying Scrolls of Stamina? Ledger, revenue, sales, Scroll of Stamina. I think I know why they bought them. I think I know why they bought them. This is interesting. I wonder if anybody else can work it out. We're not selling anything here, but maybe I need to restock on stuff. Yeah, it was clearly a gold transfer reason because I recognise the name. Nothing to restock. Let's do a very, very quick scan to see if there's any cheap stuff over here. Nope. I love how quick my pet scans are now. Now I've got it set up properly. Oh, had I sold anything on this realm? Or was I just on autopilot going through the list? I have a sneaky feeling I was just on autopilot.
I got what you need.
As I'm standing here already. Nah, not cheap enough. Yeah, I was just on autopilot. I didn't think I'd sold anything over here. On to the German realms. Let's see how many of the German realms want to buy some pets. Come on, game.
Got the best deals anywhere. Hey, that's it! I got mouths to feed, pal.
A ruby droplet and some trash. Get rid of some trash. Good, good, good. Take it. Realistically, there's not too much need to scan through these realms like this, but as and when I've sold something somewhere, it's nice to at least check that realm for deals at the same time. And, you know, I'm kind of half hoping there's some big juicy sales in these mailboxes for the stream content, but so far it's been slim pickings. Slim pickings. Could be a couple of sales today though, it's reset day. Not that most people's main focus is, of course, completing pet collections, but
This stuff sells itself. The pleasure was all mine.
a Murgle. 16k. What I could do is try and find out how much I was buying these for. Why does the search not work? Okay. Alright, fine. Maybe not. Is it true that a long boy was in the black market auction house? In theory, they can be. The problem is that they seem to be outrageously scarce. They've been seen no more than a handful of times since since Shadowlands started, so it's by no means a reliable way of getting one. So much so that even though I've got probably enough liquid gold that if I spread it around evenly, I could probably be on about 8 or so realms with a character just sat there chilling, waiting. But even then, even with those possibilities available to me, I've not even tried looking for it. I've pretty much written off the option of ever getting it through the black market auction house. And yeah, it will instantly get gold capped the very second it's spotted. So if you don't happen to have 10 million gold and you don't happen to be checking the black market auction house when it resets, you're likely never ever going to get it.
Have I got a deal for you? If you ever need any...
Maybe one day I'll get a little bit more into buying the containers and try my luck there, but even then, I've never ever seen even a screenshot or a mobile phone video. I've never seen anything of anybody ever getting the long boy. No physical proof have I ever seen of anybody ever getting it out of the box. So it's still a bit of a myth to whether it's even possible. Even TSM with all of their data have not even been able to easily confirm or deny that it even exists. So like most dinosaurs, I believe it is truly extinct. The myth of the container longboy is almost as big as the vanilla corrupted Ashbringer. You're not far wrong. Kind of like the other tiger mount, the true tiger mount.
You break it, you buy it. Come back anytime.
Wow, that was not a juicy sale by any means. It's been a bad day for pet sales. Is there any gold sync coming in Dragonflight that is known? Mount toys? Not so far, no. Not so far. Not, although one of the very, very last things to ever get implemented is loot tables for mobs. So there's been a bunch of data mined mounts and toys and pets and stuff like that, but their location or price or any of that is usually one of the very last things to be implemented to the game. Because they equally like to try and keep those things a bit of a secret. They got to get all of the systems, they got to get everything else working first, and then they distribute loot about places. So it's still probably a little bit too early, even, you know. Did you not play in BFA to be able to buy it? I did. There was many times that I had it. Yeah. Not to start telling the story again, but there was a very good reason to why I didn't buy it when I could buy it. And let's put it this way, I made a judgment call, and it was the wrong judgment call. So hence I don't have it. Oh, we must have sold something on Sanguino. We're always selling something on this realm, but it's never anything that's any good. We're never selling good pets on this realm. The Spanish seem not to like expensive pets. They only like cheap pets. There's a theory that the container item ID has been changed every time the possible contents does. Item ID hasn't changed in Shadowlands, so there's doubt that the Longboy can actually drop from it. Ah. That sounds like a... Sounds like a lot of hard work, though. For no real reason. Spanish are real stingy with their gold from my experience too. Yeah, they seem to love the cheap stuff. They're a big fan of the cheap stuff. If I can get rid of loads of cheap things on this realm all day long. Anything over 10k though, they're just not interested in. But I can get rid of basic bitch stuff over here all day long. Right. There was a relatively tragic collection of pets. Let's log back into my main realm. And let's head over to the beta. I had about 1 million gold when they announced that the Longboy was going away. Managed to get all the gold in 3 months just by farming WoD and Mists of Pandaria raids. Yeah, they announced that it was going away, and at the time I had probably 6 or 7 million gold and could have bought it, but it would have been the majority of my gold, so I didn't. The TLDR was that I was planning on stepping into Shadow... let me put it this way. I had quite a passion for multi-boxing through most of BFA. I really enjoyed, you know, putting teams of players together, trying to solo dungeons, this sort of stuff. I was never one for just, you know, chilling around farming mounts or anything with my multi-boxing team. So it was actually ended up being... Multi-boxing for me was more of an expense than it was a profitable adventure. And of course, when you start trying to pay for 8 accounts with gold every single month, plus the cost of buying the expansions with gold as well, it got quite expensive quite quickly. So that 8 million gold I had was dipping quite aggressively every month. And I wasn't really bothered, because I knew that there was a new expansion coming in Shadowlands, and I knew there'd be many opportunities for me to make stinky amounts of gold again. So I was like, right, well, I'll just continue my multi-boxing adventures. Continue my multi-boxing adventures into Shadowlands. I bought 8 copies of Shadowlands with gold, which consumed the majority of my gold at the time, leaving me with enough to be able to get by at the start of Shadowlands. And then, so that was my plan. My plan was that, right, I'll just, you know, I'll do my multi-box thing, make a bunch of gold that way, and I'll just buy the Longboy off the black market auction house when it turns up. I'll easily be able to make gold cap or 2 at the start of Shadowlands. That was my plan. And then the multi-boxing policy change happened. And so I had to pretty much put it in reverse, try and backstep a little bit. I was lucky that I got a refund for, I think, 6 of the copies of Shadowlands that I'd bought, but by that time it was too late to buy the Longboy, so it was all done anyway. So it was a judgment call. I made the judgment call to pick it up off the black market auction house for 10 million gold and continue my multi-boxing adventures, and then they changed the policy around multi-boxing to make it significantly harder to do, and practically deleted the fun aspect of it for me, because there was no way without software broadcasting would I have been able to like run dungeons solo, which was the main thing I was enjoying doing. This is why in BFA I've got most of the transmog from all of the dungeons, because I was able to run 4 or 5 characters through there repeatedly to get it all. But you know, you win some, you lose some, and in that scenario I lost some. They should bring back the Longboy for a limited time every year. Well, there's many people out there that would want that, but they got rid of it for a reason. They got rid of it because it's seriously OP, and they want to limit the amount of people that can walk around with mobile auction houses. They clearly regretted putting a mobile auction house on it in the first place, so much so that they deleted it within the expansion. They clearly were not best in, like, they regretted their decision to give everybody an auction house. And the only way that they could backtrack on that was to just straight up delete it from the game. I tend to think that them saying that they'll put it in the black market auction house and they'll put it in containers was just to, you know, just to give some sort of, but we haven't fully deleted it. You can still get it this way. It was just a way to soften the blow, I feel. The reality for me was that they regretted actually giving everybody a mobile auction house. And there's two reasons why. Firstly, giving people an auction house means they can do all of their shenanigans wherever they are in the world. The auction house has always been used as that one thing that ties everybody to a location. Also, why we've gone many expansions where there hasn't been an easily accessible auction house, meaning that it's kept Orgrimmar and it's kept Stormwind feeling like the main capital cities, because many people would go back to those two locations because of the auction house. In Dragonflight, Valdrakken does have an auction house, but they have other reasons to want to keep everybody in Valdrakken. They want to keep everybody in Valdrakken because they're also putting the crafting tables in Valdrakken. They're trying to make this be a really good, solid base camp for everybody in Dragonflight. So you've got your guild bank, you've got your auction house, you've got your innkeeper, you've got everything you need in Valdrakken, all the crafting stations, everything. And from a relatively central point on the map, you can quickly get wherever you need to go. Why am I chilling all the way over here? I don't even know. Oh, there's a dragon riding world race. World quest. Let's give this one a go then. Whoa, this way, then this way. Oh, those two were very close together. Boom! Gold! Check me out. First time. 49 seconds for gold. I did it in 46.5. I'm an absolute genius. Check me out. It's all those years of playing Wipeout. What do we get by doing that? We got our Dragon Racer's Purse. We got 10 reputation with the Valdrakken Accord. Wow, really good for rep. Not. 500 gold. Dragon Ale supplies. 500 gold. It'll do. A third of a calling. Right. Before we get too elbow deep in fishing, I kind of feel there's going to be the requirement to clean the map of world quests come Dragonflight. As world quests, you can see here, they have a 6-day, 6-hour cooldown. World quests reset weekly by the looks of things now, which is probably to allow you a little bit more time to chip in and do them as and when you wish. But if you want to be keeping up with the reputation for the factions, you are very definitely going to want to clean your map of world quests each week. Once you've cleaned the map of world quests, you also probably want to... Is there not any on the map right now? Once you've cleaned the map of world quests, you are going to want to do any elemental storms. There's 4 elemental storms that you need to complete each week. You kind of have a weekly task list for world content, which will tie in... It will in some way tie in to the crafting professions. Because from what I can gather so far, Dragon Scale Expedition is an absolute must for all crafters. Absolute must for practically all crafters. There's so many patterns that are locked behind this faction. It's a must for practically everybody. The other ones, though, the Iskar is sort of cooking / fishing. So it's semi-optimal in that regard. You either care for it or you don't. The Maruk and the Valdrakken, though, don't really, so far, from what I can gather, hold much profession-based stuff. Would be interesting to have that task list highlighted somewhere somehow. Well, they're trying very much to make it not feel like a task list. Because one of their goals for Dragonflight was to make the entire world content, A, feel a lot more optional, and B, you know, not be quite so daily login-esque, right? This is probably the reason why they're making the world quests on a 7-day cooldown now. You don't necessarily need to do any of this for power gain, really, because none of this really offers much above like 399 item level gear. So you're not going to be looking to zerg this for the purpose of, you know, gearing up. I meant you highlight it on YouTube or on a sheet. As and when it's all a little bit more clear exactly what we need to do, then yeah, I will do. We're in this weird stage of the beta right now where I feel it's a little bit too early to start talking about important things because most people are not listening yet. But it also means that I'm, you know, slowly collating lots of information to all come out in one splurge. It's very probable that a little bit closer to the release date that I will take a week off streaming completely just to focus on making YouTube content. Whether it then all releases the same time or then whether it's it will be, you know, staggered up until the release of the expansion, I don't know. There's also the inherent risk of talking too specifically about what happens on the beta. Some of you may have noticed in my Dragon Scale Expedition guide I did last week that I really, really tried hard to not talk about like exact details, because it's, you know, if I start talking about optimal routes or exactly the amount of reputation that's gained, or I start giving exact numbers, it's these things that are very, very likely to change between now and launch. Whereas if I highlight what the process is of getting from A to Z, and I'm a little bit more fuzzy on the, you know, the steps in between, it doesn't matter if Blizzard, you know, switches around things a little bit, it still is a useful video for people, and is useful information to know. Which is kind of my approach with the Tuskars now. Now that we've learned that fishing is a key component, and you can practically zerg it to max level with enough fish and enough gold, that's the path of least resistance to leveling these guys up. It's the path of least... It's still a pretty resistant path, because you either need to spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours fishing, or you need to have lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of gold to buy the fish from the people that have spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours fishing. So that's the path of least resistance for these guys. One that I'm not particularly willing to test in much detail other than maybe unlocking a few of the basic things like the fishing harpoon to test out what are clearly mini games for fishing. The Valdrakken Accord seems to be the most basic, or the most close to home. This is like the one that you'll probably accidentally progress further without even really trying, because a lot of the stuff you do chips away, because the main capital city of Valdrakken is where you get all your daily quests and where your weekly quest is attached to. You're accidentally going to get more reputation with these guys faster. But in a weird sense, the rewards from these guys are just boring. There seems to be the least flavour added to these. It's your main city to which you're going to get reputation with kind of accidentally. I've not put any effort, and I'm significantly further forward with these guys than I am with the other two. Even though I've done bits and pieces to try and level this up a bit faster. Valdrakken just accidentally you gain rep by just playing the game. And what you're getting is cosmetics, a little bit of a bump to Dragon Isle supplies. In theory, there's a quest line that unlocks, but most of the quest lines on the Renown tree so far have not been implemented. At least the ones on the Dragonscale expedition hadn't anyway. There was... where was it? I wonder if the Waygates are a thing now. Speak with Thalin Dark Anvil to unlock the ability to use ancient Waygates. I should go and check that, because it doesn't technically say not implemented yet. But they weren't when I initially tested it. Yeah, there's a quest line along here somewhere. This Wayfinder's Compass. There's no indication for it not being implemented here, but when you get the item, it still has the NYI attached to it, and you use it and it doesn't appear to do anything. So that's still a bit scuffed. Yeah, this, for example, the Dragonscale Expedition Chapter 1. Gain access to the first chapter of the Dragon Expedition's continued adventures. It didn't do anything. It's not been implemented yet. It's quite concerning just how much... because this feels relatively polished. I know it still says UI in work, work in progress UI art. Maybe, I mean, is that still the background? That's still Bastion, right? So they're still using what appears to be Shadowlands art just to make it look the way that it does. So it's probably going to have a new lick of paint, but the rewards and everything and the pathing seems to be, relatively solidified. Jeweled Whelpling treasure maps. Unlock the ability to find treasure maps leading to Jeweled Whelpling's materials and patterns. Speak to Boss Magor in the Dragonscale base camp for your first treasure map. I don't think this was implemented either. Maybe I should go check those. I mean, I wonder if anything has happened with those since I first looked. Dragonscale base camp is this one. No, this one? I'll do a bit of a circle round then. Is relaxation time working yet? It's another one I've not checked. This is a side quest in Valdrakken that was broken the other day. Oh, this is funny. Some people may not have even worked out this yet. Can anybody else see what's going on here? It might make more sense if I highlight this. I thought this was quite amusing. Shows that Blizzard at least have some sense of humour. A little bit of sense of humour here. I wonder if this is too political for Blizzard to keep it in the game or not. But I thought it was quite funny. K. Rune. I demand to speak to the manager this instant. Nice little Easter egg in the game there. But it appears that whatever this quest is still hasn't been implemented yet. Valdraken. Oh, yeah, it clearly hasn't been finished. It's cool how there's like a queue of people waiting to go into the spa. All in their spa gear. All goblins by the looks of things. Apparently goblins like their relaxation. Can confirm. I've been distracted again. Where was I going? I was going back to the Dragon Scale base camp to check to see whether stuff is been implemented yet. That's what we were doing. Over this way somewhere. Apologies for the fact that it's always dark when I'm streaming. There's nothing I can do about the fact that it's 2 AM realm time, unfortunately. But oh, there's an elemental storm over there now. I might need to go and do that. Down this way. Oh, there is quests showing here, you know. Ooh. Have we got bonus stuff? What be this? Archivist's request. Wanted. Disorientated wish tale. The posted sign is written in beautiful calligraphy. The archivists humbly request that all expedition members seek out the legendary wish tale for our artifact archives. If acquired, please deliver to Cataloger Jakes for processing and compensation. Expedition members have reported seeing a colourful fish matching its purported appearance inside a massive water elemental in the Azure span. Find the disorientated wish tale. Gain a piece of gear and some Dragon Isle supplies. I know what that big water elemental is, I think. I think I've seen that already. Oh, there seems to be more stuff now. Another archivist's request. The archivist humbly requests all expedition members seek out a Huna mass binding totem for our artifact archives. More supplies and some more rep. I mean, it's a bit late considering I've already maxed out the rep, but sure. What do you say? Sizzling nuggets. Oh, this is the weekly quest to gather 20 sulfurous residue from draconium deposits. Okay, we'll stock up on some quests there then. Annoyingly, there wasn't really what I was hoping to be here, which was like treasure maps to go get stuff. Maybe that's a Dawn Crafter only thing. Now I've picked up the quest, why can I not talk to you? You had all of the patterns on you. Can't I talk to... What? Is there no way to talk to you as a vendor anymore? Have they removed all of the patterns off this dude? Where's the quest? Oh. This is odd. Where have they put all of his stuff? He had all of the patterns on him. Is there somebody else that now sells those? Does it all just come from Jeb now? The explosives are still not implemented. I need a few shovels so I can... Okay, there's nothing extra on this dude. Where have all the patterns gone? Still not here. Hmm. Jesus, how many of these things do I have? Oh, only 5 more. Fine. That's odd. Where has the vendor gone? Who has all of the patterns for all of the profession stuff? Or is it weirdly going to be that until I complete that world quest, I'm not allowed to buy anything, which is very odd. Historian, researcher, supplies. Oh, are they all here now? No. Okay, that's strange. I wonder if that's intended or not. Well, I don't know. They've moved stuff. They've moved it. Does the innkeeper have them? No. This is odd. Very odd. Oh, I can buy the other skitterfly now. The other dragonfly mount. It's just a reskin. There's just 2 different color variations. Huh. Okay. Well, I guess then, Alright. Distracted again. That was clearly not what I was actually trying to do, though. I don't know what I was doing. Let's just go get some world quests done. Have I done all of the world quests out? What's that? That quest was bugged. When river beasts fly. Let's just get that one done. That's the last world quest, I think, over here. Keep my eyes out for draconium deposits like that one. What are you doing, dog? Scratching your bed to pieces. Is the new material bag available? I've not been able to find any good ones. You get one, you get a basic one through questing at the beginning. But I've not really come across any good ones. Mine is still a 26 slot reagent, the basic gatherer's pouch. My suspicion is that some of the professions are going to craft them, but I can't, off the top of my head at least, remember who crafts them. But there doesn't seem to be much going on about them. I would hope that there's some really big, chunky one available at some point. Because 26 slots doesn't really cut it. It's smaller than a regular ass bag. I think there's supposed to be a 36 slot one. Even 36 slot feels undercooked for me. Like, I'm not entirely sure, considering it's a reagent bag. That's, it just needs to be big. Like, the idea of it is so that you don't ever need to have your main inventory being littered with materials all the time. But if your material bag can also so easily get full, if you've got, you know, herbalism is down here, where you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 slots taken up. Mining, in theory, takes up the same amount. Then you've got all of your meat, all of your fish, all of your everything else. You're gonna, like, even a 36 slot bag, you're gonna run out of space in that thing super fast. If you have a crafting profession where you have to stock a whole bunch of the core materials, and then you have something like jewel crafting where you're prospecting and you've got all of the intermediate reagents as well, of which there is many. The reagent, you're going to fill a 36 slot bag super fast. Super fast. They just need to go, you know, go big or go home. What's the point of implementing a reagent bag and then undercooking it? Just give us a proper big size bag so that we never have to worry about reagents. Give me like a 100 slot bag, or, you know. Can you use the old reagent bags in the new reagent slot, or only the new bags? I've not tested, actually, but that's a good thought. I've not tested, is the honest answer. I imagine you probably can't, but I'm quite sure that that will be an inventory slot that will only accept certain bags. Do the old mats go in the reagent bag? Once again, I've not tested because I don't think I have any. Yeah, I cannot confirm nor deny because I haven't tested. Like I said, it's not something that, you know, I've tried to play around with too much because I've just seen it at face value. I just consider it an extra bag slot that just sits on the side. Annoyingly being smaller in capacity than a regular bag would be. So I don't really... I haven't really... it's not ended up being the saving grace for storage space issues that I'd kind of hoped it to be in the first place. You know, the implementation of and the fact that Ian even bigged it up. No pun intended. Ian even, you know, hyped up the reagent bag as being big. Oh, it's going to be big. It's going to be big. Well, it's smaller than a regular bag by default. So I don't know what his expectation of big is, or, you know. It's really not big by my standards. And we are still talking about bag space here, by the way, before anybody gets... Slay elementals. You have fur from Wad, or is it the same? It's probably the same icon. This stuff. Yeah, this is called Pristine Beast Fur. It's the same as the Sumptuous Fur icon. I'm hearing Trump say it's going to be big. Huge, in fact. Yeah, it's pretty much one of those. It's one of those. Oversold, underdelivered. Very aggressively. Oversold and underdelivered. Right, Anaran Plains next. Let's go do some stuff over here. Is there a flight mast around here somewhere so I don't have to fly there myself? Ooh, Titan Touch Tiravite. I might... no, if it was Draconium, I'd go get it. But... Alright, let's move on down here then. Do we know about dailies / weekly chores yet? I spoke about them a little bit a minute ago. I'm not so much in terms of calling them a chores list. Mainly for the fact that it's not going to apply to most people. I'm only looking at it strictly from, you know, like a crafting and goal making perspective. Because a lot of the factions hold the crafting recipes that we might want or desire for certain professions, crafters are going to be quite heavily incentivized to get these leveled up quite quickly. The quicker they can get access to and unlock the patterns, the quicker and the greater amount of gold they will in theory be able to make from them. Now, of course, that only really strictly applies to a handful of players. It doesn't apply to everybody. Most people will play... There is a growing concern that most people will almost feel as if they don't have anything that they want to do. There'll be stuff they can do, but there'll be stuff that they're not so much wanting to do. Because they seem to be... Have I crashed? Are we dead? That they're... World of Warcraft players for a long time now have been conditioned to not do anything unless there's good reason to do it. Unless there's directly a strict reward for you doing something, people aren't doing it. Dragonflight might come as a bit of a shock to the system for some players who are, you know, conditioned in that mindset of that what is the thing I need to be doing to maximize and gain the best reward. When they're toning back a lot of the reward structure, so much so that, you know, you might get some cosmetics, you might get a pet or a mount or something like that, but they're stripping nearly all of the direct player power from the world content. Many people may look at it and be like, well, I don't need to do any of this, so I'm not going to do any of it. And if that's the case, then that's, you know, that's entirely their prerogative, but it does tend to leave me to be a little bit concerned that people will, quote unquote, complete Dragonflight really quick. They'll do what they feel is the progression of the game super fast. You see this in the way that people level their characters. Most people look to level characters purely by doing the campaign quest only, because they know that in many cases they need to complete the campaign to unlock the rewards that they ultimately want. And then they do none of the side quests. Side quests might not exist as far as most people are concerned, but it's in the side quests where you start diving into more of this faction-specific stuff. Unfortunately, dragon riding appears as if it's going to be a system that can practically be completed in about an hour if you know where you're going and what you're doing with it. Certainly in terms of unlocking the abilities, you can do this in an hour. You can, from stepping foot into Dragonflight, it's about 45 minutes to an hour worth of gameplay before you unlock dragon riding. And soon as you've got it, you can zip about and pick up all of the talent points and complete this very quickly, if you want to. There's big benefits to doing it, so it's one of the very first things I'll be doing, even before leveling, probably. At least I'll be maybe not necessarily working through all of them, getting everything, but I will very, very quickly get at least some of the big ones. That, you know, getting the, somewhere along the, you know, improving your vigor recharge rate is massive. I definitely want to get at least this far, if not down to this far, increasing your vigor by 5 to 5 vigor points. Once you get down to this end tier stuff, this is, you know, this is your super fast vigor recharging rate. You have super fast grounded vigor recharging rate, and you have increasing vigor to 6. These are nice to haves, but not essentials. And getting every single talent point, some of them are a bit annoying, but in theory you can complete dragon riding in about an hour. Then it's just all cosmetics, realistically. The cosmetics aspect of it, going around and leveling up the factions, unlocking the different cosmetics for your dragon. If you care about that sort of stuff, this is the thing, right? There's no real strict player power. Player power is being, for the most part, quite aggressively attached to your Mythic Plus, your raiding, your PvP. Outside of those 3 instance forms of content, there's very little player power to be had, but there's plenty of fun to be had. But this is the difference, right? There's this 10-year-long conditioning of people prioritizing fun really far down the list. Player power and more stats and better gear is everything that's piled on top of fun for many people. And that's, you know, they're taking a lot of that away. They're saying, right, here's a bunch of stuff, you can go and do it. Go and do it if you want to do it. But it ultimately means there's not so much of a strict, like, chore list. People have these chore lists if they're, you know, if time gating leads to player power. That, okay, well, I have to do this, and I have to do this, and I have to do this to maintain a level of optimization for my character, so that when it all resets next week, I can do it all again, and I stay on curve with my player power. There's really not much of that. The closest thing I can think of from world content is these elemental storms. The elemental storms, there are 4 different types of elemental storm, and you're going to want to engage with each one at least once a week. They last about an hour or so at a time. They rotate about. This one up here, for example, is a primalist snowstorm. There is also a firestorm. So there's 4 elemental types. You can gain a resource from engaging with one of these storms once per week, and there's a turn-in, and that turn-in will eventually allow you to unlock better world gear. I'm going to do a little video on this once I've been able to, you know, explore it a little bit more so. But even then, even the gear that you get by doing this is very quickly going to be superseded by raid drops and Mythic Plus and Vault gear. You know, if you are an end game progression focused player, most of this doesn't apply to you. It's kind of one of those things you might dabble with and, you know, dip your toe into if you want to. But that's the key element of it, if you want to. There's lots of fun to be had if you're looking to seek out the fun aspects of the game. But the mandatory stuff, the bar's set really low. He said Handy Notes has them all marked on the map. Is it a module or is it the main add-on? I can't find it. There's a separate module for Handy Notes for all of the flight, for the dragon riding talent things. Add-ons, Handy Notes, Dragon Glyphs. There you go. Handy notes, dragon glyphs, marks all of the dragonflight nodes on the map. And that's already a thing. So, you know, with that in hand, you can very quickly and easily zip about and, you know, pick up all of the talent points you need. How did I experience the leveling in Dragonflight? It was fun, but I didn't zerg it. I did every single quest in every single zone, and I completed Waking Shores and the Anaran Plains 100%. I got what I felt about halfway through the Azure Span, and I dinged 70. And then I had the rest of the quests in the Azure Span to complete, and I hadn't even stepped foot in Thaldraszus at that point, which is kind of lucky because there's considerably less quests in Thaldraszus. Thaldraszus is practically your capital city and a few little hotspots. There's not too much to this zone in terms of questing. It's definitely the most undercooked in terms of questing. Waking Shores and the Anaran Plains were just busy with quests, though. They were really good. Am I going to enjoy doing it 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 times, though? No, probably not. And this might also become a bit of an issue when people want to level up their 3rd, 4th, 5th character. But there's no alternative, really. There's not really so much of an alternative. It's do the campaign and do some of the side quests, or, you know, once again, we've had 2 years of conditioning of having Threads of Fate. There is no mention and no plans, from what we can tell, of there being any sort of Threads of Fate system. So if you want to level from 60 to 70, you're practically going to be repeating the same thing again, which might start grinding on people. Although, there's the probability that when you've leveled these up on a main, that you can level up these factions on your alts. Because I would guesstimate, now I cannot confirm nor deny, because I was level 70 when I did it, and I haven't tried since. But even maybe running around gathering treasures might give you... Gathering treasures and leveling these up might give you experience. We know that fishing is likely to give you an experience. Gathering gives you experience. There are, in theory, going to be other ways for you to slowly level your character up. But the emphasis there is slowly. You're probably not going to have a Threads of Fate super optimized, easy to do, bang out some, you know, bonus objectives and do a couple of world quests and do one dungeon and then move on. So it's not so fill the bar Threads of Fate-y. So we'll see how leveling feels once people have done it a few times. I talk quite frequently about how I really wish Blizzard would just pick a direction when it comes to alts. Pick a direction of either making it very alt-friendly or making it incredibly not alt-friendly. They still seem to be sitting in the middle with this. They're making a lot of the faction stuff account-wide, so that once you've done it once on one character, there's not so much the incentive to do it again on alts. But then you look at something like leveling, where if you want to level a second character to 70, well, guess what? You've got to do all of the same campaign, all of the same quests you've already done with no additional bonuses. So there's some things that are really alt-friendly, and then some things that are clearly not alt-friendly at all. So they still haven't been able to really choose which direction they want to go. And that's you know, easily one of my biggest requests. And it's an interesting one for me because I don't care which direction they go. I don't care if they make the game super alt-friendly, Final Fantasy level friendly, to whereas, you know, every character can at the press of a button just, I can be a mage and then I can press a button and be a hunter. If you want to go that so that everybody just has one character that can do everything, I would happily have that in World of Warcraft. You want to play a hunter one day? Boom, press the hunter button. You want to play a mage? Press the mage button. Once you've done the quests, once you've done the campaign, once you've done the storyline, once you're done, I'd be happy with that. On the flip side, I'd also be very happy if they made it so that absolutely nothing was account-wide and go super alt-unfriendly mode. If you want to play a second character, you have to do everything on that character again. so that people then main characters. And it would remove a lot of this switching and changing and, you know, flavor of the month style play style. And class stacking would be considerably more difficult. I wouldn't mind if they went either way. Almost the vanilla aspect, right? In vanilla, did you ever see anybody have more than like 2 alts? No, because it took 60, 70, 80 hours to level a character up. There was no way you were going to do that multiple times unless you were absolutely crazy. And the benefit of doing it wasn't all that great. And you got more into the class fantasy then. You know, you would invest far heavier in a character and in a class if you knew that it was going to take you 40, 50, 60, 80, 100 hours to switch to another one. I remember in the early expansions I played... I pretty much on an expansion basis would switch which character I played. And I'd play one class for an entire expansion. Which, for me, usually alternated between Hunter and Paladin. They're the 2 classes that I've really played the most over the years. But in the recent years, I've had practically every single class available to me at all times. And it doesn't feel as fulfilling in some weird ways. I can't, it's hard to describe. Bring back the long attunement quest chains, please. I'll never forget walking into Stormwind and being greeted by some NPCs as if I was a massive hero. I think it was the Onyxia attunement. In a weird way, right? I'm almost bored of being the hero. I don't know if that makes sense to people. But there's something comforting about being just, you know, one of a, you know, a group. You know, it emphasizes the MMO aspect of the you know, an MMO RPG. It's a massively multiplayer online game. How can everybody be the hero? It's not possible. Not everybody can be the hero. You need to have, you know, you need to feel as if you are part of a group of people working towards a common goal. And if you every time you stroll into a capital city, you're the hero, you're the main protagonist. That also gets old real quick, you know. Mum always told me I could be a hero. Well, you can if you want to, but it's also a little bit, you know, it's a little bit just, I don't know, it feels just, I don't know, I guess it just appeals to new players more, doesn't it? That it's all about me. Bunch of fucking narcissists, the lot of us. That's the problem. Just a bunch of narcissists. We only care about ourselves. It's a fictional video game. Of course, everybody and their dogs and cats can be the heroes. In single-player RPG experiences, that obviously makes sense. But in an MMO environment, I don't know if this has got something to do... I don't know, there's no proving this, but there is a theory that it goes somewhat to emphasize to why it's been so difficult for Blizzard over the years to maintain, like, the community feel in the game. And it may simply be because when everybody thinks they're the hero, they also feel as if they have no need for anybody else. Did you level up fishing, or have you given up on it? I've not done any fishing yet. There is my emphasis from here on out is to play the game like I would play the game if it was live. And the reason I want to do that is purely because it's the best possible simulation of how the game is meant to be played and what we should expect when it goes live. Me zerging and power leveling certain factions for the purpose of making a guide or a video is cool and all, but it doesn't really represent how the game is meant to be played and how the game is meant to feel. So what I'm doing now is I'm trying to do what you should probably end up doing once the game goes live. So right now, it's cleaning the map of world quests. You're gonna, at some point during the week, you should clean the map of world quests because they reset weekly now. And because they give you the biggest chunk of reputation with the factions, we're going to clean the map of world quests. We're going to clean the map of any individual side quests that we've missed. And it's from that point on, if you have any more spare time, you should probably look at grinding out a faction that's most beneficial to you. So that's the way I'm gonna play it from now, I think. As and when we're on the beta, of course. Now that may not necessarily mean I learn the absolute most optimal ways to. Oh, that's interesting. Need to be in a party to use the meeting stone for this quest. What's this quest? The wind belongs to the skies. Where's that on my list? The wind belongs to the skies. Defeat some dude and rescue. Oh, it's in the dungeon. Oh, okay. Okay. It's a dungeon quest. Ah, the icon perfectly covers the dungeon marker. I didn't even spot that. Okay. Let's go see if we can do this yet. Can we tell? Seek where the peace taker slain. Can we do this one yet? And this was bugged last week. Seeing that you found an epic herb knowledge, I found one the other day for enchanting near Valdrakken inside of a chest. Oh, that's interesting. I do need to switch my professions round, I think, at some point. Oh, this fella. Pew pew. I've had herbalism and mining on this character for way too long now. I don't... Although, I need another level 70. There's going to be so much emphasis on gathering, I feel. Which is why I'm putting why I've got herbalism and mining on this character. Because I need to have as good of an understanding as possible, or I want to have as good of an understanding as possible, to exactly how scarce materials are, exactly where those materials come from. Because there's likely to be some material, once the game goes live and the economy really kicks into like its natural form, there will very quickly become a bottleneck on some materials. And if I've, learned where they all come from, I'm starting to plan out where the most material, where herb nodes spawn, where the just getting it's all for the effort to just understand the game more. The more I understand the game, and you got to start at the bottom, really. If you want to be good at crafting, you need to know as much as you possibly can about materials. And I can't really do much with the crafting professions right now, because I don't have access to an auction house full of materials. So either I need to take the incredibly slow and grindy path of being self-sufficient and trying to level up each of the professions in a self-sufficient manner, which is something I am never going to do once the game goes live in the first place, nor would I recommend anybody doing it that way. With region-wide commodities and materials, it's going to be an absolute batshit crazy idea to go out and farm your own stuff if you want to be competitive with crafting. But that doesn't mean I don't want to know about all the materials, if that makes sense. It probably doesn't. Why can't I hop up there? Form a syndicate and tap your viewer base to turn them all into farmers. Shaming people for posting items for millions of gold. Yeah, you're never going to be able to accurately simulate an economy on a beta. It's just not going to be a thing. Which is my zoom in button. There's my zoom in button. This is the thing. It's remarkably difficult to test or to experience what you would suspect professions and stuff to feel like once the game goes live, because there isn't an actual economy. You know, there's not any desire for anybody to go out gathering materials, because under normal circumstances, why the hell would you do that on a beta? You gather materials for one simple reason. You gather materials in most cases so you can sell them to someone else who needs them. There's a big part of that that's missing on the beta that you can never simulate. More than a few people in chat have the beta, so could funnel mats to you for testing. Well, whilst I appreciate the effort, what I would state is that it's not really, it's not going to be super necessary. And I don't, you know, I'm not keen on, you know, putting people to work gathering materials just so I can level a faction on the beta, when the reality of it is that at some point in the not too distant future, hopefully, they will just put the profession vendors back on the beta, even if it's on just a very specific server, to test the professions in detail that way. So I kind of know what's coming, and I don't particularly want to, you know, overuse streamer privileges, if that makes sense. Whoa, somebody slaps. What's going on here? Why am I taking so much damage? Training matrix. Mass binding totem. That's the quest item we needed. What was an aeroform spec? Nothing interesting. This is, because this is a quest mob, she respawns, and she respawns really quite quickly. In the early days, this becomes a very reliable way of getting training matrices. They better open them on the Valdrakken server. Well, yeah, they're going to use the Valdrakken server for max level stuff. So for testing the raids, for testing Mythic Plus, for testing the professions in detail. That's where they'll put it all. And then the regular 2 servers will be for testing leveling, for testing world content, for testing, you know, pacing of progression, this sort of stuff. What are we doing here? Dragon Expedition supplies recovered. Recovered from where? Aha, these things. When do we think we'll get the date for Dragonflight? I think they're very clearly riding the Wrath of the Lich King hype train as high as they can take it right now. Wrath comes out, what, 26th? Like 3 or 4 days from now? Is it the 26th or 20? When's it Wrath comes out? We're likely to get a release date for probably the I don't know. Are they going to give us a release date for the pre-patch first, do you reckon? It's weird because you know, people will be able to put 2 and 2 together very quickly. If they give us a release date for the pre-patch, not that I feel that the game is even remotely ready to be released in the state that it is right now, by the way. There is a huge quantity of stuff that's not even implemented. Let's not forget, we haven't even seen the work order system. We haven't even seen... We've seen, like, 0.1. Version 0.1 of the work order system. We've not seen anything that's even remotely close to a finished product there. There's been no Mythic Plus testing done. There's been no Raid testing done. We are clearly a long way away from it launching yet. But they will likely, I suspect, ride out the Wrath train for a little while. Give people the opportunity to play Wrath. I mean, that's let's not forget that Wrath of the Lich King Classic is probably Blizzard's last big efforts for Classic. It's the one that, in theory, most people... there was hype for TBC, for sure. But there is a lot... Let's not forget that the heyday of World of Warcraft was considered Wrath of the Lich King. Some 12 million subscribers or something ridiculous back in Wrath was the... It was arguably the heyday and also the turning point, but whatever your perspective is on that, Wrath is probably one of the biggest and most nostalgic expansions there has ever been. So they're likely going to understand that they want to capitalize that as much as they possibly can. So that also gives them the luxury of having a little bit of time to make sure that Dragonflight is, top notch. Now, I can't go at this point really into much detail about trying to give my guesstimations on dates or whatever, but I tend to feel that the game will probably launch towards the end of November. At the very latest, the first week in December. I cannot see them releasing the game any later than that. They clearly have, got the intentions of releasing the game this year. Now, if they want to, not clash with the holiday season, they need to launch the game. The game needs to go live at the end of November. Presumably meaning that if we have a 4-week pre-patch, I think a 4-week pre-patch makes sense. A 4-week pre-patch, because the pre-patch is different to the pre-patch event. Let's not forget. There is usually the pre-patch that kicks in, where they update all of the systems. Everything, systems are updated. There's a week or two of smoothing all of that shenanigans out. Then there's the pre-patch event, which for Shadowlands, for example, was the Ice Crown thing. They have a pre-patch event for 2 weeks to generate as much hype as possible for the launch of the expansion, and then boom, it goes live. We step foot into Dragonflight. So there's probably going to be 4 weeks, I would imagine, of pre-patch, which means a late October launch for pre-patch for a late November launch of the game. Now so that means that they've got probably 6 weeks or so before a pre-patch goes live. Now, like I said, pre-patch is just the systems being implemented. The systems being implemented into the game is something that they try to do ahead of time so that they can smooth out any bugs or issues or exploits or, any of the shit that hasn't been tested properly. Then we have a pre-patch event. Throughout all of this, there'll still be development happening on the beta. Let's not forget. That will also mean that Classic will have been out about a month. So it hopefully won't clash too aggressively with Classic. And they get to capitalize as heavily as possible on Q4 revenue. Which, if you know anything about business, you'll understand that Q4 is where you make all your money. How come? Christmas. Christmas, New Year, Boxing Day sales. Why do you think the retail industry has pushed Boxing Day sales so aggressively? We used to have, January sales, which was a way to spread the load. January sales would mean that you'd spread the load, but then everybody started pushing it forward because then they could report the earnings in Q4. Just follow the money. Follow the money. And from a gaming perspective, they capitalize on, it is Q4 where everybody is spending money. And the important thing in that is that they're not necessarily spending money on themselves. They're spending money on other people. So they can min-max expenditure. It doesn't necessarily strictly mean, more sales of actual games. But look, Grandma's buying Blizzard Balance tokens and, Grandma's getting little Jimmy his Overwatch loot boxes for Christmas. Like, it's the money is just being spent. And when money's being spent, advertising dollars is being spent. And yeah. So this is hence why if they can release a game, it's no it's no coincidence that they try and launch their expansions when they do. Because World of Warcraft is still, believe it or not, the cash cow for Blizzard. Any gamblers in here? Not anymore. Not anymore. Yeah, I said I was going to talk about this a little bit at the beginning of the stream today, but I'm not sure in how much detail I actually want to go into it, really. The TLDR is quite simple. Amazon have seen the light and realised that having gambling on their platform so abruptly front and centre is not a good business move for Twitch. And so there was an official statement by Twitch yesterday, I believe, indicating that somebody will have a link to it for me for sure. That in, I think, middle of October, there'll be a ban on all forms of luck-based gambling on the platform, which is very nice. So your video roulette, basically your stake.com will be no more. XQC is going to have to find a game to play again. Trainwrecks is going to have to find a new career path. Gamblers are already finding loopholes around it. But yes, of course. Yeah. Of course they will. They will always do what they can. But the point is that they're putting regulation in place. Regulation is the first step, right? Regulation is the first step to solving the problem. Until you have regulation, nothing matters. Oh, we did. We did. Let's try that again. XQC is moving on to poker. Sure. I'm sure they will. But the first steps of regulation will come into play. And I mean, the poker industry has already seen this before. But the poker industry used to be incredibly prominent across most of YouTube for a long, long time. Who remembers seeing PokerStars ads on YouTube practically every video you ever watched ever? Until all of a sudden, practically overnight, they disappeared. You know why? because they were told to fuck off. And the same thing will happen. Regulation came into play to limit where they could advertise. Here we go. Is this the Twitch status? As it's you, Jack. Click on the link. I trust you. So here we go. An update on gambling on Twitch. Gambling content on Twitch has been a big topic of discussion in the community and something we've been reviewing actively since our last policy update in this area. Today we want to update you on our plans. While we prohibit sharing links or referral codes to all sites that include slots, roulette, dice games, we've seen some people circumvent those rules and expose our community to potential harm. So, we'll be making a policy update on October the 18th to prohibit streaming of gambling sites that include slots, roulettes, dice games that aren't licensed either in the US or other jurisdictions that provide sufficient consumer protection. This is because a lot of these websites, they act out of some shed in the arse end of nowhere, presumably to circumvent and to, stay away from regulation. These sites will include stake.com, rollbit.com, jewelbits.com, and, others. However, we may identify others if we move forward. We will continue to allow websites that focus on sports betting, fantasy sports, and poker. We'll share specific updates on the update. We'll share the specifics on the updates to our gambling policy soon, including the full policy language, to make sure everybody is clear on the new rules before they take effect on October the 18th. So, the TLDR to this is they are starting to crack down on it. Sure, there'll be loopholes. Poker is the biggest loophole, right? Your XQCs can probably still get paid millions of dollars every single month by poker companies now. But those of us that have been on the internet for a long time will have seen exactly how this plays out. It's the first step to the end game being that it'll all be banned off the platform eventually. First hot tubs, now gambling. That's it. It's only good for everybody on the platform as well, though. This is what's not necessarily understood. That XQC streaming gambling isn't only affecting XQC and XQC's audience. It's directly affecting every single other person on the platform, whether they be a streamer or a viewer. Indirectly affecting every single person on the platform. So it's very, very sensible to get rid of it. Why do you think YouTube got rid of all of the poker adverts probably close to 10 years ago at this point? Because it was detrimental to the entire platform, the fact that they were there. Twitch is always practically a decade behind YouTube in most of their business decisions, because they're a far smaller company. They're far newer. They've not actively come across all of these issues like YouTube has done and has dealt with many times already in the past. Stake is licensed in Curacao. Yeah, exactly. These platforms are like some shed in the arse end of nowhere, just so that they can get away with doing what they can do. Somebody should just make a new streaming platform with hookers and blackjacks. Maybe. Hot Tub Gamblers Live. Oh, God. But anyway, this is the first step. This is the, it's the nail in the coffin to, the bad ones out there like stake.com, which I should clarify for the purpose of being consistent and fair and neutral. If you enjoy gambling, go gamble. But the problem is, and the reason why there's so much of an uproar about this, is that there's no regulation in place to it, and it's being actively put in front of 100,000 potential kids every day who are 10 times more susceptible to gambling because of lack of experience of it. You know, as you get older, you build a filter for what's good and what's not good, right? You're a baby, you put everything in your mouth. It doesn't take you too long as a kid to realize that you probably shouldn't put everything in your mouth. When you're a child, you're far more susceptible to stuff. You're far more susceptible to the impressions of marketing, of gambling, of all of this sort of stuff, which is why it's really, really important and why it's highly regulated so that it's not put in front of kids. Great analogy, man. You sharp. Yeah, you learn quite quickly. Putting everything in your mouth is a terrible idea. In fairness to Twitch, when they are streaming poker, you do kind of need to go looking for it. It doesn't really do a good job of suggesting it to you like YouTube does, though, although I'm not really a fan of the ads. There's been many times where Train has been on the front page of Twitch, just clicking slots. It doesn't matter. The fact that it has its own category does not matter. It does not matter. Not in any way, shape, or form. Just its presence on the platform alone is enough for it to be detrimental to everybody else on the platform. Because look at it from the long-term goal. If you have prominency of something like luck-based gambling, if you have a strong prevalence of that type of content on your platform, what kind of audience does it bring with it? It brings a lower quality of viewer to the platform, generally speaking. It brings a lower quality of content to the platform. That then has long-term knock-on effects to Twitch's already severe problem about making money. Twitch really, really struggles to make money in the first place. Subs are a cool system, but subs doesn't really make Twitch any money. The subs that the big streamers make, the money that Twitch makes from subs from those big streamers that have got tens of thousands of reoccurring revenue from subs, that just covers the cost of allowing people like me to stream on their platform for free. Right? The bandwidth situation, the cost of running a website like Twitch is ridiculous. That's paid for in part by the subs that the big guys make. But subs alone isn't going to fund Twitch as a platform. For Twitch to continue as a platform, it needs to have a scalable revenue model. Ads. Nobody likes ads, but ads is what pays for the internet to go round. Until somebody can come up with a better solution for monetizing, which, spoiler alert, in the 50 years the internet's been a thing, nobody has, so it's here to stay. Ads are the number one source of revenue for websites like Twitch. You know, look at YouTube. YouTube was, you know, hemorrhaging money for years and years and years and years and years until it got the ads right. Until it got the ad platform correct, until it worked out how to correctly distribute ads upon different videos and to categorize channels into different subsections and to allow advertisers to feel comfortable buying ad space on their platform, YouTube was hemorrhaging money for years. So Twitch needs to fix this problem of making money. And until Twitch can do that, things like gambling need to go. They need to get shot of it. The sooner they can get rid of this is a wart on the side of the company that, sure, it may not be affecting too many people directly, but indirectly it's affecting everybody and dragging the whole platform down with it. So, but yeah. Ask small streamers to pay a monthly until they make enough income with streaming. It's, yeah, but that's you know, that's chopping off one limb to allow there's a phrase that puts that eloquently, but you know, The one thing you don't do, the one thing that a platform like Twitch needs to not do is make the barrier to entry to being a streamer greater than it already is. They should really actually focus more, and they need to focus more so on making it better for up and coming streamers rather than monetizing them even more. They have a real significant problem that small streamers are not incentivized to run ads in the first place. Small streamers don't care about running ads for one very simple reason. It doesn't make them any money, and it pisses off the very small audience that they already have. This is why subs and more importantly, Twitch Prime became a thing. And hence why they'll give the ability for subs and Twitch Prime to be a thing to affiliates when you've got 3 viewers. Because at least then you have the ability to bring in some revenue, even if it's absolutely minute. And it's something that a streamer would actively chase. You know, a small, I'm still a very small streamer on the platform. What are we rocking now? Oh, nice even numbers, 100 people viewing. But in Twitch's eyes, I'm a tiny, 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 absolute nobody streamer. Even the revenue I make by playing ads and the occasional subs and stuff like that, I'm still probably, I still probably cost Twitch more money than I make them. And that probably is true up until you are, I don't know, maybe 500, 600, 700, 1,000 viewers concurrent, I would imagine. And so it's the top 10% of the streamers on the platform that cover the cost of all of the other streamers on the platform, but that doesn't leave Twitch any money in their back pocket at the end of the day. Most people are not going to pay to stream. Well, the thing is there's no way that Twitch would ever be able to do that, because guess what? That would, if Twitch turned around and said each streamer needs to pay $9.99 a month to stream on the platform, guess what that does? That hands YouTube a massive paycheck, because guess what? Everybody will jump ship, everybody will stream on YouTube. That would be the instant death of the platform if they charge streamers to stream on the platform. It'd kill it dead in a matter of days. In a matter of days. Because there are free alternatives out there that are free and are just as good in most cases. The YouTube Twitch, conundrum is there's not really much in it, let's be honest, from a streamer's perspective. The community is on Twitch for the most part. And there's a lot of crossover between similar creators on Twitch, which you don't get on YouTube at all. If you stream on YouTube, you better have good videos going up on your channel as well, and you better be growing in that regard anyway. And YouTube channels are relatively closed audiences. This is why collaboration on YouTube is a huge growth metric for you. If you can collaborate on YouTube, you basically double your audience instantly. On Twitch, not so much, because there's a crossover of audiences on similar channels anyway. Twitch Prime doesn't even stop ads anymore. Does it not? Does it not? I didn't even know that. Does Twitch Prime not stop? Is that true? Or is it only cash money subs that actually prevent ads now? Damn. If that's true, that's crazy. Yes, Twitch Prime stops ads. I thought it does. Oh, now some people are saying only Turbo. Oh, I don't know. I'm not getting ads from streamers I have Prime on. Okay. Barely make reach the €100 payout per month. There's no way I'd pay Twitch 10% of what I make. Yeah. Yeah, if I had to start paying Twitch $10 a month to stream on their platform, I'd just stream on YouTube within seconds. Within seconds. But yeah, either way, I didn't really plan to go too much into detail about this, but I think we've sort of covered the basics. That this is, although sure, there's clearly loopholes in this, and it's not a blanket ban on, you know, most forms of gambling. There's clearly loopholes. I mean, sure, in 10 minutes you'll see XQC playing poker. And there'll be poker stars or whoever's the big poker players nowadays paying him quite literally millions of dollars a month to do it. But he's at a point in his career quite clearly to where he does not give a shit. He's cashing in as much as he possibly can, as quickly as he possibly can. So in 5 years, he can disappear off the face of the earth and never to be seen again. It's very apparent. Or he'll gamble all his money into the drain and end up, you know, practically killing his own career. So 50-50. One of the two will happen. Either way, good luck to the man. Technically, you're paying Twitch 50%, but you don't realize it. The new rev share, I think, is 55. Yeah, I think I can't remember what it is now. I think I get 55% of the ad revenue. I think it's a 55-45 split now on ads. But for reference, I don't care telling people how much money I don't make. In the last, let's have a look. In the last, I don't know if I'm meant to show this or not. In the last, for purpose of revenue, a streamer of my size doesn't make a lot of money off the platform. I don't stream on Twitch to make money. Let's put it that way. Can I show you? Is this gonna? For reference, I'm averaging 60, 70 viewers most streams, most days. I'll just show you. Like, this goes to show a streamer of my size, how much I make is really not that great. Like, ads is some part of it. Subs is another part, but I don't push subs. I've never pushed for subs. I've never pushed for bit donations. I've never pushed for subs. So a stream of my size, even streaming to between my average viewers is what, like 60 to, it bounces up and down. I guess if your average is 64 viewers, it goes up and down depending on what I'm doing at the time. But streamers of my size, I'm not making much money. Like, that also means that Twitch is not making much money. The cost for me to stream on the platform is being paid for by the big streamers. The ads that is being showed on the big streams, the ads, the subs that is being generated by the big streamers is covering the cost of people like me to do what I do. I think it'll go higher a month before Dragonflight. We'll see. Like I said, I don't stream to pay the bills. I'm fortunate in such that I have a good bunch of Patreons that are generous enough to provide some good revenue, and my YouTube does reasonably well, as and when I post videos. But this is like, over to the TLDR. The TLDR is that this is the first policy implementation in the right direction. It's not fixing the full issue, but it's definitely goes to show that Twitch are aware and are doing something. I wish it wouldn't have to take such ridiculously huge bags of drama to push them into making a policy change like this. But either way, it's nice that they're doing it. You know, it's good to see that Twitch are going in the right direction and that they're not like oblivious to the fact. So $160 revenue over 63 hours. That's actually worse gold per hour than farming pog essences. Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. You're not far wrong there. You're not far wrong. But anyway, let's get back to beta. Let's start exploring and let's get doing what we're doing. Yeah, I like I say, I say this quite frequently on the stream, and I'd like to make this quite clear that I don't stream. If it was, if I had to bring in the money at the end of the month, more so than what I do currently, I would not be streaming. Streaming, I am very, very, very aware of. Streaming is a terrible, terrible, from a business perspective, streaming is a terrible decision. Streaming is practically, and we can make some correlations to this. This will amuse some of you guys. There's a very strong correlation between farming for materials in World of Warcraft and streaming, right? So much so that hang on, where was I going? I was going over here to do something. Where was I going? I was going here. Streaming is very similar to farming in World of Warcraft. Sure, you'll make a little bit of money when you do it, but the very second you stop, boom, nothing. If you're farming materials in World of Warcraft, that is the same as streaming, right? YouTube is practically crafting. Yep, there we go. Smooth George has got it. YouTube is crafting, Twitch is farming. YouTube is not quite as... YouTube is still, for the most part, relatively farmy, but farming on... if I enjoy farming, you should start streaming. Maybe. But yeah, at least when you make a YouTube video, you can put it on the platform and it will get a bunch of views initially. And if it ticks all of the right boxes, it will continue to generate revenue for you for as long as it continues to maintain viewers on that video. And then as your channel grows more so, you get more and more videos that fall into that category. And you slowly but surely start to have, you know, a system that just kind of ticks along nicely. Yet... You'll probably find that the second you start streaming, you'll start making a bit of money, and then the very second you stop making money. Hence why all of those big streamers, when was the last time a really big streamer took a week off? They don't do it. They take a week off, they stop making money for a week. And those guys love making money, so they don't take a week off. They also know that if they take a week off, not only do they stop making money, but the money they then make when they come back is less. Asmon's on a 3-month break. He's not on a 3-month break. He's just streaming on his alt channel. He's streaming on Zach Ra. He had 25,000 viewers on his Zach Ra channel the other day. He's not taking a break. He's taking a break. His second channel's totally not monetized. Yeah, but you missed the point. You missed the point. He's not streaming there to make money. He's streaming on his second channel as it maintains his position in the hierarchy of streamers, right? He's still banging out 25,000 views every time he presses the go live button. He's not strictly taking a break. He's still got a consistent public appearance. Also makes an insane amount of clips. Exactly. His Zach Ra streams are still being chopped up. They're still going on his YouTube channel. He's still making bank off his YouTube channel. Probably close to as much as he does on his Asmongold main channel anyway. I think it was, I mean, Mizkif is obviously in the news for other reasons recently. But Mizkif recently showed his Twitch dashboard, and his last payout was something along the lines of $100,000 in a month from his Twitch. Now, Asmon has usually considerably more viewers than Mizkif, but Asmongold still makes considerably more money off his YouTube channel than he does his Twitch. So that you can probably do some simple napkin maths on that to work out just how much money Asmon's making, regardless of what he's doing. It doesn't matter what channel he's streaming on, whether people have the ability to press subs or not press subs, he's still making bank. So he's not on a break. If he was to disappear and go dark for 3 months, that would be a different story, but he's not. Step 1, get yourself banned on Twitch or YouTube. Step 2, announce the ban on social media. Step 3, create chaos and drama about it. Step 4, come back and have more viewers. It's kind of funny because it's kind of true. A pickaxe blade. You could probably borrow one in the Dragonscale expedition camp, such as Three Falls Lookout. Bring it back to Tyvo in Iskara. Oh, a fishing gear item. Cool. Glad I stopped by here. Asmon's a multi-millionaire. He just launched his PC assembling company. He's not struggling for cash. Let's put it that way. He's not struggling for cash. Last time he said it was something near $500,000 on taxes only. Well, when you're earning that kind of money, as long as you're keeping the right side of the tax man, you are probably, yes, being charged somewhere in the region of close to 50% taxes. Although living in Austin, Texas probably helps limit that somewhat. But even with a good accountant, he's probably... And starting a new business such as a PC company and probably funding in most parts a lot of what OTK does is probably helping reduce his tax bill quite considerably. As I would imagine by this point in time, he's probably got himself quite a good accountant. Asmon strikes me as the kind of person that would have a very good accountant for one very simple reason. He does not want to think about it himself and will pay somebody handsomely to take away the issue from him.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Snow Easel, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It all helps. Would do the same, to be honest. Yeah, you and me both. I hate dealing with all of that sort of stuff. But I do not make enough money to pay for a high-priced... I do not have the big money to be paying big, expensive accountants to do all of that sort of stuff. So I do most of it myself. But I'm good with numbers. You might have noticed that. I'm pretty good with numbers in the first place, so it's fine. Got to get that sub count up. Hey, it's all good. Where's the dude that allows us to do fishing stuff? This fella. Here we go. So that pickaxe handle, we can give that to this dude apparently, right? Iskaran Ice Axe. Requires renown 10 with the Iskara Tuskar. Allows you to break ice cracked in frozen pools. Okay, so I can make this now. Well, I can't make this now because I need renown 10. But I've at least got the pickaxe ready so that when I do get to renown 10, I can make it. And this will unlock the ice fishing spots for me. Doing taxes on HMRC is piss easy for Brits. Yeah, I must admit, I did not quite fully understand how good I had it back in the UK with HMRC until I moved to Finland and had to deal with their fucking ridiculous tax system. The fact that HMRC practically I can't believe I'm talking about taxes so much on stream. I try to keep this sort of shit out of the stream, but yeah, as much as HMRC, if you get on the wrong side of them, they can fuck you over so hard it's not even funny. But when you let them just do their thing, and they do their thing correctly, and more importantly, if your employer also is doing the right thing, it's a blessing in disguise. Be glad you didn't move to Germany. Germany strikes me as one of those countries where they'd be pretty aggressive with taxes. And they probably wouldn't make it easy for you. But then again, there's probably good reason why Germany has all the money. And nobody else has any. It's probably for good reason, right? Yeah, it's a mess. Fair enough. Right, while I'm flying over to Thaldrassus to continue on with a few of these quests, I'm going to go grab myself a quick drink because we've been live nearly 3 hours now and I'm thirsty. Let me go and grab a drink real quick, boys. Oh, there's a quest there. There's a quest there. Where was it? Mark it on the map. Mark it on the map. There was a quest there. I spotted that on my mini-map. Right, anyway, I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Occupy yourselves. Right then. Right then. Let's see what we got going on over here then. Where did I make a pit stop to? New kid on the clock. Let Bastilian sniff your hand. Oh, that doesn't sound like a world quest. That sounds like a regular quest. What's going on here then? Take the pocket watch to some dude in the garden. Okay. I'm on a bit of a mission to clean my map. I've got far too many quests in my quest log. Far too many world quests on the go. So we need to purge some of this. Where's the dude that has to sniff my hand? Confused. Bunch of cosmetic stuff. What is this place exactly? You have found yourself in the Gardens of Unity. They're dedicated to the 5 dragon flights. Well, 4 of them at least. The gazebo here is part of the Green Flight's domain. To the south, there is an hourglass that serves as a beacon to the bronze. And a grand red tree that belongs to the Red Flight. To the east lies the Blue Flight's gazebo, filled with arcane tomes and magical artifacts. I'm just an old, retired draconid who has found peace and quiet maintaining the gardens. Sure. Where's the quest thing then? What's the quest say? Take the pocket watch. Pocket watch? What pocket watch? Do I have a pocket watch? Pocket watch. Bronze pocket watch. Sniff your hands? What kind of fetish is that? Where's the dude that has to sniff my hand is not a sentence I thought I'd ever hear somebody say. Hey, look, it says it here, right? Let Bastilian sniff your hand. It could have said smell my finger. It's the quest, not me. Bastilian sounds like a dog. You tend to let a dog sniff your hand, right? I see no dog. And I see no Bastilian. What's going on with this quest then? Is this just Scott? Oh, maybe it's like a cave or something underneath me. Maybe we're not quite in the right spot. Is the... I can't see what. Oh, that's just some ore. Okay. I might need to try and wowhead this and hope that there's some sensible answer, because this is scuppered me. Right, what was the quest name then? Just target spam. Where's me target macro? What? Who was it I needed to target? Let some dude sniff my Bastilian. No, Bastilton. Basilton. Tis no good. Tis no good. Something is not quite right. Okay, let's park up for a minute. Let's investigate. Where's me wowheads? What was the quest called? The quest was called Gardener's... Oh, look, we've got another quest here. The Gardener's Apprentice. Lord Basilton located. Search in the garden shed by cleaning up the piles of junk. Okay, let's try that one first then. The garden shed was this thing on the side here. Up in here. An idea for your Patreon content? What about creating a summary guide of the main crafting professions and their specializations from a goal-making perspective? I'm clearly aware I need to do more for my patrons. What I haven't worked out yet is because I'm trying to carefully skirt the line between providing things to my Patreons that are considered perks, because I really am quite keen to keep the line of people support me on Patreon to support me, not that they buy into my Patreon to get something. I don't want to see it as me just, you know, I don't want it to feel as if I'm selling something. And even having my TSM groups on there sort of already half skirts that line for me. So, yeah, it's still... it's a good suggestion for sure. I will absolutely agree with you. I clearly agree with you in that regard. See, now clearing this doesn't seem to do anything. I wonder if this quest line is just scuffed. What if I cancel this one as well? There's clearly some phasing and some issues going on with this, maybe. What happens if I clean all of this before taking the quests? Nothing happens, okay. As and when we get the ability to test the professions in more detail again, now that we're in beta mode, once they give us the full, like the cheat vendors, I will absolutely be doing some full overviews of each of the professions, going into a bunch of detail and hopefully trying to break them apart and give people the info they need. Obviously the primary way that I do that under most circumstances is through YouTube, so it will, yeah, I have a little, you know, as the alpha went on, I had a bit of an overview, a first look at each of the professions. I'll repeat that same thing again when we're at a point where we can test things properly again. I think this quest line is just bugged. Annoyingly, I don't seem to be able to find out who and what and why I'm dealing with here. Where's this? What was the name of Basilton? Was it Basilton? Here we go. Oh, he's a battle pet. It's this thing. Teaches you how to summon and dismiss this companion. Do I maybe need to summon the companion? Do I have the companion then? Maybe that's it. Lord Woofington. Lord Basilton. I don't have the companion. Quest. Carry on Basilton in Thaldrassus. Pet is not tradable. I have a feeling, you know, that I'm meant to... This is probably a prerequisite to get the battle pet. And once you've got the battle pet, you summon it and then everything else works. Maybe I'm missing something. Battle pet do battle pet things? Yeah, probably. Let's see if there's any other... There's one more thing this old Draconid would like to ask you before you leave. Back when Lord Basilton and I first met, we would go on all sorts of adventures together. I think that's why he wanders off. He misses exploring. I can't do that for him anymore, but you can. Please take... Oh, okay, so it's the end of the quest chain, by the looks of things, where you actually... where you get it as a pet. Wowhead doesn't conveniently have the quest chain linked yet. What was the other quests' names? Hang on. The quests' names were... Let's have a look. New Kid on the Clock. New kid on the clock. This pocket watch belongs to one of the stewards that helped me tend to the gardens. He's one of Nosdormu's Orismu, I think. I can't keep all these kids straight. Most days he stands next to that hourglass near Alexstras's tree without moving or blinking. You'll receive the bronze pocket watch. Now, didn't I already have that? Is it busted because I already have the watch? Oh, now I don't have the watch. Oh, God. I think this is just broken. I think it's all... I can't possibly be this dumb that I can't work this out. European prices on 4090s have been released. An impressive 2,000 euros. My 970 is going to be working a little bit longer, it seems. 2,000 euros. It's only $1,600. Why is it 400 euros more expensive? That's a swizz. Now nothing in here works. I think I've broken this quest chain somehow. Yeah, that's an oof. I think I'm going to be quite content with my 3060 Ti for a little while, I reckon. Probably won't upgrade until a 4070 is, you know, 500 euros. 3060 Ti's are already around 250 second hand. Yeah. Yeah, miners are just dumping stock. So if you look at the second-hand markets, wherever you are right now, there's a good chance you can pick up a bargain. I mean, a 30 series graphics card will do you absolutely fine for a long while. And the fact that you're going to be able... Because you got to look at it from a proposition of the new 40 series being announced is cool. If you compare MSRPs... The MSRP of a 3080 and a 4080, you'd probably pick up the 4080. But the problem is that 30 series graphics cards are not necessarily being sold for MSRP right now. With miners dumping them on the second-hand market, you can pick the 30 series cards up for an absolute bargain price. Which unfortunately doesn't make the 40 series at this initial point in time, unless you are an absolute, you know, bleeding edge, must have the best of everything type person, and money's not so much of an issue to you, then sure, get a 4090. But otherwise, the proposition of a 4090 over buying a, you know, a second-hand 3070 or a 3080, you're looking at saving yourself €1,000 in that case, probably even more. It's a bit bonkers. I wouldn't be picking up a 40 series card. And you know, and I can write it off as a business expense. Yeah, not to forget the fact that what was it, 450 watts? That thing's gonna suck back. You really have to just not care about money to be buying some of that sort of stuff right now, it feels. When you say write-off, you mean just the tax, right? Not the whole item. Yeah, yeah. Okay, those quests don't work. Let's get to these ones then. Let's not spend too much time trying to work out stuff that clearly doesn't work. Alright, let's go do some photographs. Are we talking 20%? Actually, as far as I understand it, if I were on something like a graphics card, I can't believe I'm talking about flipping taxes again, but on something like a graphics card, which I can clearly state allows me to earn the money that I do, it's, you know, it's a tool. It's considered a tool. I can actually cover 50% of the value. I can take 50% of the value and reduce it from the income that I make. So in that regard, it, you know, I generate less profit. I only pay the taxes on the profit. So, but the rules and regulations on all of this sort of stuff are weird and wacky, and I can never keep up with all of them. So I look at it a few times a year and worry about it then. Right, making a name. What's that one? Oh, that's the weekly. Oh, that's the weekly one. We can go get ourselves a big Valdrakken treasure box. That's going to give us a bunch of rep as well. Nice. Zoom up this way, please. What's wrong with talking about taxes? It's probably universally the most misunderstood and untaught thing in the world. The problem with talking about it is it's, for most people, incredibly boring. when my goal is to provide some element of entertainment, this is why I have a relatively strict, you know, no politics, no drama, you know, aspect to my stream. That most people don't care. Most people don't care about their own taxes, never mind somebody else's. You're right, it's universally misunderstood and absolutely 100% one of the least taught about things, which is terrible, but okay. 150 rep with everybody. Some primal chaos, a razor tooth harpoon. A razor tooth harpoon, are you kidding me? Why do I keep getting high item level pole arms? Am I in some sort of flipping... No, I haven't got survival set as my spec. God damn game. I've had that razor tooth harpoon at multiple item levels now. I keep getting the damn thing. I don't want it. That's an interesting one. I got a Dragon Scale Expedition insignia. Apparently, somewhere. Bind on account. Grants 150 reputation with a Dragon Scale Expedition. You know why I get that? I get that because I'm already capped with them. That's clever. That's quite clever. I got one of those instead of getting, instead of automatically getting the reputation, because I'm already maxed with them, it gave me an insignia, which is bind on account. Ah, I like that. I like that. That's a clever way of doing things. That will, you know, every little helps, you know. It means that it's not going to waste, at least. It could have just tapped it onto the Paragon experience. But in some regards, I'm glad it didn't. Because it means I can now choose to use that if I want to put it towards Paragon. Or I can send it to an alt and level them up quicker. Nice. I like. Twitch is screwing you again. I sent you something on Discord. You may want to read it. Some good drama. I'm not particularly a fan of the good drama, but how are Twitch screwing me again? A letter from Twitch president on sub-revenue shares? Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. September 20. Oh my god, this came out today again. Hello Twitch community, I'm Dan Clancy, president of Twitch and responsible for the day-to-day operations of the service. FYI, this blog is targeted to streamers, but everybody is of course welcome to read along with us. This morning we reached out to a subset of streamers about some upcoming changes to their agreement terms. This blog gives us an opportunity to be clear with all streamers on Twitch about those changes and talk more broadly about our strategy to help streamers make more money on our service. Oh lord. Never do they start a blog post by telling people that they want to make people more money without in some way, shape or form making it more difficult for you to make money. Streamers are and always will be the foundation of our global community. No shit, Sherlock, it's a streaming platform. It's your passion, hard work and creativity that make Twitch a one-of-a-kind place, apart from YouTube. To bring it back more around to directly to this blog's topic, we can't run this service unless you make money. That's not a drawback, it's by design. This innate partnership is why we support all streamers' careers and ambitions like they're our own. Oh dear, where's this going? Starting with the PR fluff. Buttering you up. Getting you lubed before the fist comes in. Before we talk about what's happening next, we need to share some information for context. Oh, right, yeah, telling me what the situation... Right, yeah, sure. For subscriptions, we use a baseline revenue share of 50-50 on the net revenue from those earnings. Note, net revenue, not gross revenue. This is why it's not actually a 50-50 split in the first place, which is also one of the biggest misunderstandings. The vast majority of Twitch streamers have these terms in their agreements. However, for some time we did not offer standard agreements with premium subscription terms to select streamers as they grew larger. Well, there was always the hidden 70-30 split, and only so recently has it become public that it is actually a thing. This isn't something that we've talked about publicly, but such deals are common knowledge within the streamer community. Yes, the 70-30 split. Historically, we didn't have a consistent framework to determine who would receive these deals and when. Over a year ago, we made the decision to begin to stop offering these premium agreements because they cost them more money to new streamers not already on those terms. And like I was saying earlier, it's the top streamers and it's the money that those top streamers make that covers the cost of everybody else. So giving them a better deal is actually counterproductive because they need those top streamers to generate them more money, not the streamer themselves. Okay, I assume we're getting into the good stuff then. As we reflected on how we handled these premium deals, we realised a few problems. First, we had not been transparent about the existence of such good deals. Secondly, so they were never dangling that carrot. They were never incentivizing people to grow to get a better sub-split. Second, we were not consistent in the qualification criteria. They generally went to larger streamers. Finally, we don't believe it's right for those on standard contracts to have varied revenue shares based on the size of the streamer. Sure, all starts to make sense. In an ideal world, all streamers would be on the same set of terms regardless of size. However, instituting that policy would have a negative impact on the streamers currently on those terms, many of whom were instrumental in helping us build Twitch the Twitch we know today. These streamers have come to depend on the additional revenue split to maintain their standard of living. Are you mad, son? Are you kidding me? Oh my lord. Sure. Absolutely. Oh, can we please have a moment of silence for the millionaire streamers, please? That cannot afford to sit and play video games 15 hours a day. Can we please have a moment of silence? Fuck off. That's genius. Oh, yay, ad break. Sorry, I should have paused that one. I didn't check. Missing the rant due to an ad. Well, somebody will clip it. It'll be fine. Anyway, to recap, a moment of silence for all of the millionaire streamers who have come to rely on their 70-30 split. Okay. Hopes and prayers go out. Hope they pull through. For these streamers still on the premium deals, we're adjusting the deal so that they retain their 70-30 revenue split for the first $100,000 earned through subscription revenue, which is practically 1 month of revenue for the top boys. Revenue above 100k will then be split at the standard 50-50 split. So they're determining how rich people are allowed to be. Very capitalist. Revenue above 100k will be split at the 50-50. We're introducing this change now, but it will not go into effect until June the 1st, 2023. At that point, streamers will only be affected by their existing contract once their existing contract is up for renewal. All streamers with these terms have already received this information and more via email, and we'll be sure to give them exact updates and timelines as we get closer to June 1st, 2023. I guess that makes sense. Like I was saying earlier, the 70-30 split is not a good thing for Twitch generally. It's not a good thing for Twitch generally since it's the big boys out there that cover the costs for everybody else. But they'll still get a 70-30 split for the first 100k that they earn, which will be month 1 of the year. And then from month 2 through to month 12, they'll be on a 50-50 split. I'm sure they'll be happy about that. But it's really not quite, it's not quite this drastic. It's not quite this drastic. It's not quite this drastic at all. But this is equally, to reiterate, this is also only for those streamers who are already on these premium deals, which, you know, this is literally a handful of people. Only those who already have a premium 70-30 deal will this make any difference to. If you are not already on a 70-30 split, then it doesn't make a blind bit of difference to you. This is practically meaning that your Asmongols, your Mizkifs, your Lyrics, your 30k Andes, your 30k Andes who are probably on the 70-30 split are still going to be able to cash in month 1 of the year, but month 2 through till 11, they'll be on a regular 50-50 split with all us plebs. With the masses, with the poors, they'll be dragged down to our level, and they'll instead only make some millions, not all the millions. Sure, okay. For approximately 90% of streamers on standard agreements with premium subscription terms, this change will not affect them at their current revenue. Yeah, this is it. There's like only 10% of the very small amount of people that actually have this split make over 100k anyway. So, this change will not affect them at their current revenue. For those who are affected, we want to make sure that the impact was minimal, not just by giving them ample time before the deal goes into effect, but also by offering an alternative way to earn revenue. Our recent bump in ads revenue share to 55% as part of the ads incentive program is a great way for these larger streamers to make up most of it, if not all, of that revenue. No, who are you fooling here? Who are you fooling? What kind of moron could not see through that very thin veil? Are you mad? Because at the moment they have both. You can't, they have the best of both worlds. They can have the 55% ad revenue split and they can have their 70-30 sub split. They've got both. You can't then turn around and say that, well, this one will help cover the cost of the other one. No, it doesn't, because they've already got both. Idiots. Ah, Jesus. This is so, like, marketing stuff like this annoys the crap out of me. Because it's so easy to see through it. It's utter rubbish. Utter rubbish. For those that are interested in additional detail, we've provided a copy of the email that we sent to some of these streamers explaining the change and how it affects them below. It's a reality of our business that we will, in rare cases, continue to negotiate custom agreements on a case-by-case basis. However, we've been reducing how often we offer these deals as the total value of these deals. Now let's get to the big question. Why not 70-30? Right, okay, before we get into this, let me just clarify that this is the biggest PR spin that Twitch has probably ever pushed, right? Let's not forget, right, that up here, where is it? Up here, somewhere they said they want to help everybody make more money. Okay, Twitch, be clear with all streamers on Twitch about those changes and talk more broadly about our strategy to help streamers make more money on our service. So they're like, welcome in, boys and girls. Come in. I'm going to teach you how to make more money. Come in, sit down, relax. I'm going to teach you how to make more money. We're going to do that by taking some of your money. Yes, that's how we're going to make you more money. We're going to make you more money by taking some of your money. Doesn't that sound good? Oh, but it's okay. Don't worry, because we've recently given you a 55% share on ads. Yeah, but what? You already have that anyway? Yeah, but we did it recently, so it's a good thing, right? How dumb do they think people are? How dumb do they think people are? People already have this. The top streamers already have this. You can't use this as a way to circumvent taking their money away when they already have this. You can't... Oh, dear. Okay. Why not 70-30 then? Well, it's quite obvious because Twitch needs money. When we first established a 50-50 revenue split, it was a signal that we're all in this together. Sure. You do all of the amazing work and we make all of the money. Oh, no, sorry. You do all of the amazing work to create the great content, engage with your audience and grow the communities. On our side of the partnership, it's our responsibility to make continuous investment in the products and people that make your growth possible. What? What? Hello? Oh, that sounds really balanced. You do all of the work. Literally set word for word. You do all of the work and we'll take 50%. Sold. Absolute bargain. Absolute bargain if ever I've seen one. You do, in black and white, you do all the amazing work. We'll take 50%. Okay, sure. Excellent. At the time of posting, more than 22,000 of you have weighted in on user voice asking us to move all streamers to 70-30 and to pay streamers faster. Let's talk about the latter part first. Yes, let's talk about this part first because this part's harder to talk about. For reference, I would like to clarify. Does anybody remember what an outrageous play it was by Twitch to offer subs in the first place? Because let's not forget, subs and bits weren't always a thing. Subs have been around quite a long time, but bits weren't always a thing. Bits was the #1 counteractor to donos, right? The big streamers out there were making bank off donos. People giving them directly money for no real reason whatsoever. Guess who got annoyed by that happening? Twitch. Twitch got annoyed at that happening. So they made 50-50 splits and then turned around to the big boys who were making mad bank on donos and were like, right, here you go. Here's a 70-30 split. That is the #1 reason why 70-30 splits existed in the first place. Because Twitch wanted some of that dono money. Streamers weren't pushing subs back in the days. Streamers weren't pushing subs because they all had dono buttons that went straight into their back pocket. Circumvented Twitch completely. Twitch were like, you know what? We want some of that. Here's a 70-30 split. They made subs more lucrative. They made it more lucrative for the top streamers that were making bank. They made it more lucrative for them to push subs. Then along came Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime was the cherry on top, right? Twitch Prime was the cherry on top to make it so that Twitch streamers pushed subs. Pushed subs, and then to everybody else that wasn't that top streamer, once all of the big top streamers started pushing subs really aggressively, it became the social norm to, you know, push for subs. And so that everybody else then did it. Everybody else from day one, though, was 50-50. Everybody was 50-50 straight away. Do you think those streamers will promote donos more? Probably not. Probably not. But it's because they already make bank. Most of them don't care that much. Most of them don't really care that much if they make 70k a month or they make 100k a month. They don't care that much. Certainly not enough to change the way that they do what they do. They're pretty much just creaming it month on month anyway, and will continue to do exactly what works until it stops working. They have no incentive to change anything until until it just disappears completely. How much goes to the streamer when using bits? Well, everything, but bits work in a slightly different way. You have to buy like 120 bits or something to give 100 to me. No, hang on. Let me rephrase that. 1 bit is 1 cent to me. So if you give me 100 bits, that's $1. But it cost you $1.20 to buy those 100 bits. So it's just disguised. It's considered to be everything, and that was the clever way about it, right? That was the clever way about it. They marketed it that you give bits to streamer gets all the money. Well, yeah, but you sold them the bits at a higher rate and took your cut in the first place. You took your cut before it even went to the streamer. So it's a clever marketing system once again. Okay, where did we get to? As you probably have heard by now, we're in the middle of rolling out the largest changes to payouts in years by cutting the payout threshold in half to $50. This is an important middle step that will help streamers put money in their pockets now, whilst getting us closer to our goal of same-day payouts and lower thresholds. Investments like these are paying off for streamers. Products like Prime Subs, Community Gifting, Hype Trains, the ad incentive program, to name a few, have driven an increase of 27% more streamer revenue per viewer hour every year over the last 5 years. At the cost of killing practically all donation buttons. At the cost of killing practically all streamers' donation buttons. How often do you see a streamer with a donation button nowadays? Because they managed to, over a period of time, change the socially accepted way of supporting a streamer. Donation buttons used to be the norm as a way to support the streamer, but the problem with that is it was going through usually some sort of third-party system. It was either direct into PayPal, it was either going through a service like Streamlabs. It still technically exists to this day, but it was never as smooth and as simple and as easy and as a secure system as what you were able to offer through Twitch itself. This is why streamers slowly but surely switched to pushing bits and subs, because it was all done on platform. It was safer for the streamer because there's no chargebacks. Chargebacks were a fucking nightmare for streamers back in the days. And it was more secure for the person, for the viewer as well. It was more secure from both angles than going through a third party. But that's not to say it didn't have a monetary knock-on effect. So, yes, it has driven an increase of 27% more revenue, but only of the revenue that Twitch were able to track. Let's point out, Twitch were not able to track how much money people were making through donations. So this, yes, of course, this just goes to show that their changing of the community perception around supporting streamers was done on platform. That's the only thing they can track, and on platform it is increased 27%. You ask some of the big streamers whether they make, you know, if you had 5,000 concurrents 5 years ago and you still have 5,000 concurrents today, I would pledge my bet you were making more back in the day, because donos would be miles ahead. Text-to-speech donations were just making people bank ridiculous money. This means the same viewer hour now earns you 3 times more money than it did 5 years ago on average, based on the data that they have available to them, which is not the whole story. Our investments into your monetization options have already and continue to put more money in streamers' pockets than 20% more sub revenue would have. They can't claim that because they don't have all of the data. They don't have all of the information. And in a closed environment, that's probably true. But streamers, at the scale to where this matters, streamers are brands as and of themselves. Most streamers only got where they did today by having another platform somewhere else. They're using some very clever use of language here to make all of this sound like a benefit, when in reality, if you actually had all of the numbers, if you could, I'm trying to think of a good example. Shroud is a really good example of this. Somebody that will, is still very active and very top of the tree nowadays. Shroud is a really good example of this. Shroud used to make so much money off donos and text-to-speak donos, it's not even funny. And he was one of the first ones to really get, light years ahead when it came to subs. He was there for the heyday of Twitch Prime. Shroud is somebody that's seen it from all angles for many years now. I guarantee he made more off donos. I can categorically guarantee when bits came in and the transition started to reduce donos into increase subs and bits, he took a paycheck bump without doubt. I mean, sure, he then went to Mixer and made a briefcase, but Soda as well. Soda's probably a good example. Soda's been, at a similar point for practically 10 years now. Yeah, very clearly. Can we get a highlight of this segment, please? Maybe I might. This might end up on YouTube. We'll see. This number varies by streamer size and location, but sub revenue share is not the full picture on revenue share for streamers. No, it's clearly not. Oh, hang on. Prime subs often get lost in conversation when it comes to revenue share. For Prime subs, we pay streamers the same amount they'd receive for a regular subscription, even though it's included as an added benefit of their Prime subscription. Combined with other monetization products, Prime subs increase your effective revenue share by approximately 15%. To about 65% total. No, that's not how numbers work. This number varies by streamer size and location, but subscription revenue is not the full picture on revenue share for streamers. Prime subs is just an alternative way for somebody to sub. All it is going to do is give more people the option to press the sub button. It doesn't give you an extra 15% split of the revenue. God, this is misleading. This is also a really good way of them trying to say that, oh yeah, by the way, Prime subs cost Amazon money, cost Twitch money, which they do, because they're giving streamers money that doesn't technically exist. So it's coming straight out of Amazon's back pocket. But it's clearly not giving streamers 15% more of the split. It's not going from a 50-50 split to a 65-35 split. Oh, Lord. Lastly, we have to talk about the cost of our service. Delivering high-definition, low-latency, always available live video to nearly every corner of the world is expensive. Yes, without question. We can agree on that one. Using the published rates from Amazon Web Services interactive video service, which is essentially Twitch video, live video costs for a 100 CCU streamer, hello, me, who streams 200 hours a month, definitely not me, are more than $1,000 a month. Okay, well, we can prorata that then, because how much did I stream in the last month? I streamed in the last month 63 hours. 63 hours. So every 100 hours of content is $500 cost to Twitch. So realistically, I cost Twitch somewhere in the region of $300 last month is what it cost me to stream on their platform. Sorry, it cost Twitch for me to stream on their platform. Somewhere in the region of $300 in terms of bandwidth. Last month, the revenue I took away was $160. That was my share from ad revenue, my share from the 50-50 split. 50-50. So that goes to prove what I was saying earlier in the stream. That even a stream of my size, streaming for the hours that I do, is still technically costing both Twitch or Amazon, however you want to look at it, money. I'm still as a 100 viewer Andy, I'm still costing Twitch money to be here. We don't typically talk about this because, frankly, you shouldn't have to think about it. We'd rather you focus on doing what you do best. But to fully answer the question of why not 70-30, ignoring the high cost of delivering the Twitch service would have meant giving you an incomplete answer. So yeah, there we go. He changed something because of wondering if the money, both Soda Shroud, Ninja, and so on. Yeah, Twitch gave out the big streamers. To clarify, the reason that the real reason I feel that Twitch gave out this 70-30 split to the bigger streamers was to make it more of an incentive for them to push subs. Because the harder those big streamers pushed subs, the quicker the community perception about supporting a streamer would change. In the early days of streaming, the perception was very much click the dono button. Click the dono button, give a donation to the streamer. Maybe the streamer would have some sort of text to speech so that the message would get read out on the stream. And that was practically the #1 way of supporting streamers for many, many years. Twitch needed to change that for one big reason. They were not getting a single dime of those donos. They were not getting a penny from that. They were not making any money. They had to push subs, they had to push bits, and more importantly, they had to get the streamers to do it for them. So the way that they did it was they went to the big guys at the top of the tree and they said, right, instead of your 50-50 split on subs, which is obviously not an incentive enough for you to push them over donos, we'll give you a 70-30 split. We can't give you everything. There are rumours that there are some streamers out there that get 90-10 splits, by the way. We'll give you a huge incentive to push subs. And Twitch knew that they would not be making money off that transaction, that deal. But what it did was change the community perception about supporting a streamer. It changed it away from this donation system and it pushed it towards this in-house system where every single transaction, Twitch makes a cut. How big that cut is varies, but they were making a cut off every single donation or support of a streamer. which they were not before. So now that that's kicked in, now that 5 or so years has passed, and now that we're in a landscape where dono buttons practically don't exist, you support your streamers through subs, through bits, through Prime subs, through watching ads on their streams. There are other ways, but they're the ways that Twitch cares about. Now they're having to try and roll back this 70-30 mentality from those big guys, because they do actually, at some point, need to start making money. Because, as you can see here, assuming that this information is at least somewhat accurate, it's quite an expensive thing running Twitch.com. What's next then? When somebody asks me why Twitch is the best place to make money as a streamer, my answer starts first and foremost with community. Community on Twitch is the real and tangible, from chat memes to subscriber emotes to TwitchCon meetups, and yes, to how streamers earn money. That particularly because of our work to equip you with the right tools, but it is primarily because streamers like you are putting yourselves out there, embracing what you're most passionate about, and building communities. We believe we have the most compelling offering for streamers, and there's still more we can do. The best Twitch is the one we get to build together, and blah, 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 blah. Sure. It is true. The barrier to entry to making money via streaming is significantly lower on Twitch than it is on places like YouTube. But, as you progress up, it is of no surprise to me in any way, shape or form that most people start to jump ship. Because when you start getting into the mix of it, and when you do start becoming one of those 10% on a custom deal, when you do start being affected by having your 70-30 split being reduced down to a 50-50 split after you've earned a certain amount of money, like I said, 70-30 rev share split for the first 100k sounds like a lot of money to most people. Why? Because it is. But guess what? Just last month, I wish I had the clip to hand. Now, Mizkif is in the news for other reasons that we won't talk about here. But Mizkif showed his dashboard, his Twitch earnings dashboard. And in the last calendar month, he'd earned a little over $100,000 in 1 month of Twitch subs, emotes, all of that shenanigans. So the reality is for those that this does affect, it's going to affect them very quickly. You know, you're going to be shaving off what is practically 30% of your sub revenue after month 1. By the time January is done, for the rest of the calendar year, you're earning 30% less from subs. That is a big enough deal for some of those streamers that when YouTube turns around and says, here's a briefcase of money, and you can stream half the amount of time that you're currently streaming on Twitch, and you'll make roughly the same, it's a done deal. It's why so many are jumping ship to YouTube. It doesn't affect many, but to those that it does affect, it's going to affect them really quickly. And the top end of this was just pure PR blah. Absolute rubbish, the most of it. Absolute rubbish, the most of it. But there we go. Thanks for that, Jack. I absolutely did not intend on going through this. I didn't even know it was a thing. But now we do. I hope that was at least interesting in some part to some of you. I know we talk about World of Warcraft, but it is an economy-esque thing, so it sort of fits, at least in some part. Earning more than 100k a month, I do not see why they're crying. No, exactly. This is the thing, right? Boo-hoo, can we have a moment of silence for the millionaires? But it still goes to showcase the direction that the platform is going. I was just thinking about that. Twitch as a platform does make it possible to stream, but at a certain point, you as a streamer get big enough of your own viewer base that would follow you to another platform. As much as I'd like to think I'd follow you to YouTube, the truth is I probably wouldn't catch the stream nearly as much as yeah, this is very true. This is why Twitch does a reasonable job of bringing new content creators up. if you can chip away and if you can chip into that community feel that you can get on Twitch, and it's very clear to see, I can absolutely I have data to back this up, right? I have data on my dashboard here that showcases that you guys watching right now, I share an audience very strongly with Zanzaful, Penguin, Want to Buy Gold, Hickons. These are all content creators here on Twitch that I share an audience with, and I have data on my dashboard to back that up. If you can get yourself into one of those communities, it gels you quite nicely. I don't watch any of them. It's not, we're talking about, between 20 and 30% of you, roughly. Chill out here occasionally and also chill out in other similar streamers' channels. But that goes to show that community aspect, when you can chip into it, when you can access that, if you're, the difficulty is that if you're 4 or 5 or 10 viewer Andy, it's very difficult to even get into the community. But once you are in there, Amaranth doesn't appear. Or maybe not all of you are that thirsty. Or maybe some of you realise that there are other websites that are better for that sort of thing. No shade on Amaranth, though. She works like a machine. Oh, dear. Yeah, if you can get into that community aspect, it's much easier. It's much easier to sort of chip away and grow slowly but surely on Twitch. But yes, you get to a certain point. You get to a certain point when no longer does the benefits of what Twitch has to offer you make as much of a difference as what your own effort has done for you anyway. If you've been on Twitch for 5 years and you've got to 1,000, 2,000 concurrent viewers, you could jump ship to YouTube and not take a single penny hit on your revenue. In many cases, you'd probably increase your revenue because 1,000, 2,000 concurrent viewers on YouTube would drive all of your other YouTube content up in the algorithm as well, and would expand the view of your audience exponentially, way more than what Twitch would have to offer. This is the thing. Twitch is good to start. YouTube is good to finish. Destiny 1 directory works like there'd be one guy streaming in the morning, passed the entire audience onto the guy in the afternoon, who then passed it on to the evening guy. All 3 of them were good friends and pretty much controlled the entire directory. Probably that doesn't surprise me at all. That's a very believable scenario. This is why the real big streamers, the 30k Andys, they don't particularly like streaming at the same time as each other. Because they know 30% of their audience is the same person, and one person can't be in 2 places at once. I mean, as far as the website is concerned, they technically can, but not quite in the way that's impactful for them. It's all clever, though. Best way to finish is a lewd OnlyFans, not YouTube. Alright, fine. Fine. Amaranth is good to finish too. Oh, Lord. Lord. Get your mind out the gutter. She's a strong, independent, hard-working woman. Give her some credit. She also has massive titties. That definitely helps. Right. Where did we get to? Should we play some World of Warcraft now? Should we play some video games? She's working so hard in that hot tub. Oh, God. Hey, a storm sigil. This is to completely change the topic of conversation away from Amaranth's chest to looting chests. Haha. The elemental storms, you can do 4 of them a week by the looks of things, meaning that you can get 4 storm sigils a week. If people were asking earlier if there's anything that you need to do, if there's any, like, you know, job list, task list of stuff to do, one of the only things I'd imagine that some people will consider a job list is to tap into each of these elemental storms at least once a week. There's 4 different variations, and you need to loot an item from all 4 of them to get your storm sigils. Those storm sigils eventually can be converted into bits of gear. So you have your basic set, 369, giggity. Your basic 369 set, which you buy with Elemental Overflow, which is, you know, a microcurrency that you get by engaging with these elemental storms. So you'll be getting some of the microcurrency from just engaging with the storms to begin with, which you trade in for the basic gear. Once you've got the basic gear, and you happen to also have enough storm sigils, of which you can get 4 a week, you'll then be able to upgrade it to 395 gear, which is still, you know, if you're an end game raider, if you engage in, you know, if you do your plus 15s, this doesn't make a blind bit of difference to you. But this is a mini progression path for those that don't engage in high-end, instanced, organized group content. Me, in other words, you know? So this would be a good way for you to gear up via world quests, via a little bit of playing on an alt. If you're chilling, if you're leveling up characters for the sake of professions, you can also be chipping away at these on those characters as well as something else to do to keep those characters relatively geared. Now 395 is, like I said, still not crazy. It's going to make it so that when you're running around doing world quests, you do bits. But I think normal mode raid gear is like 401, I want to say, is roughly where it appears to be itemized. Raids, loot, pick a boss, not mythic. Raid Finder's 388, so it's a step above Raid Finder, but it's going to be a step under normal mode. Yeah, normal mode is likely to be at or around item level 400. So it's still not incredibly good gear, but it'll be something to chase for on alts. It'll be something to chase for if you don't raid. It's quite a cool little interesting set of gear in the first place. 2 set increases your highest secondary stat by 269. 4 set, when you kill an enemy that yields experience or honor, gain a spark of the primals. Once you reach 5, your next single target offensive ability will launch a devastating elemental attack. And a 6 set, fatal damage, causes primal energy to overload, granting immunity to all damage and harmful effects for 8 seconds. So the 6 set is kind of like the Necrolord flesh... What was it called? The fleshlight ability. Yeah, so I mean it's something to chase for, but it's not crazy. Does it invalidate starting crafted gear? Not really. Not really, because its method of acquisition is very different. You got to remember that, like, the reason why crafted gear is as successful as crafted gear is not because it's the best gear you can get. It's because you can buy it and it's quick and easy. Under normal circumstances, you go to the auction house and you buy a piece of gear. Or in Dragonflight, you put in a work order and you get a piece of gear. This is still going to be, to get yourself a full set of this, sure, probably is not going to take you too long. But 370 gear is no different to doing heroic dungeons, right? This is heroic dungeon gear, basically. You could either do a full... It's just options, right? You could either do a full sweep of heroic dungeons Do your heroic dungeons, get a full sweep of gear. Any slots that you're missing something in, could be the first bit of gear that you pick up from here. You could use it to fill gaps. You'd also then maybe have crafted gear as a third alternative. And then if you go do raiding or whatever, you know, your progression from there continues onwards. One does not invalidate the other. It merely offers an alternative. You're still going to have to go and grind elementals to get this currency. That, in and of itself, is too much like hard work for some people. And some people would much rather just go to the auction house and spend a bit of gold. It's a choice. It's an option. So, we'll see. We'll see. Oh no, what's this, Jack? What's this? Please don't give me something else to go to get. The comments on this are insane. Oh no. I'm not sure I want to read this, do I? What? People are not happy? Oh, good. Good. People shouldn't be happy about that change. This was PR spin. PR spin presenting it as if it's going to help streamers make more money. Fucking jokes. It was PR spin. Can't be worse than Wowhead comments. Alright. Alright. What are people saying? Might fuck about and become the biggest VTuber on Facebook gaming. It was a joke before, but now it might be a realistic option. You'd only need 3 viewers to be the biggest anything on Facebook gaming. Oh lord. I don't want to hear any company that is owned by Amazon talking about this costs too much money for us to do. Oh, that's just a dumb take. Remember, folks, Twitch is a small company with growing pains. I don't want to start reading something completely different. Amazed that this blog post announced creator pay cuts. Also included mentioning its site's owner, Amazon, a literal $1 trillion company, servers that can't even support streams over 8K bitrate because it costs mad money. YouTube offers 70-30 revenue split and over quadruple the bitrate. Yeah, you know why? Because YouTube has the most solid ad platform on the planet. YouTube doesn't care. YouTube would give you 100%. YouTube doesn't care about the memberships. YouTube doesn't give a hoot. They know it's not going to be profitable. They just want a small slither of the pie. Sure. YouTube has the most solid ad platform on the planet. That is where they make their money. That is why Twitch cannot make money, because they cannot get their ads right. They cannot sell ads. This is why they've had to take the first step to ban gambling. Because guess what? Coca-Cola strolls in and is like, I want to spend $10 million. And then they go, oh, you're going to put my ads next to gambling streams. No! And they walk the other way. It's... All right, sure. Okay. What a mess, owned by Amazon and acting like some amateur platform. It's no wonder so many of your partners are jumping ship. This is from Jacksepticeye. I wouldn't have expected that take from him. I mean, the second part, true. But the fact that you're owned by Amazon doesn't make a blind bit of difference. If it's its own individual business, it has to stand on its own 4 feet. 2 if it absolutely needs to. If you stream at 4K on YouTube, their streaming bitrate's still shit. Probably because they transcode everything regardless. Super manipulative statement. The TLDR is that you're cutting your biggest partner's revenue rates purely to push your ad program and make the average viewer experience worse. It's worded as a noble thing when you're just trying to shove more ads down everybody's throats. Adverts don't belong on a service that cannot be paused as to avoid missing content. And I'm not even mentioning the fact that yes, you can rewind to an extent, but then you can't interact with events happening, thus missing engagement content, which streaming is designed for. That's true, but by that statement alone, you're literally setting it out there to fail. There has to be some push and pull somewhere. The reality is, guess how the internet revolves. We don't like it, but the internet revolves because of ads. And in however many years the internet has been a thing, no single person has ever been able to come up with a better solution to provide practically for free services to people. Google took this approach super early in what is now considered Web 2. Google took this approach really, really early on, that if they want to be able to get everybody on the planet on the internet using their services, they have to give them to them for free. The only way that they can succeed in doing that is with ads. And so hence they went out there and built the biggest, the most successful, the most lucrative ad platform on the planet. If you don't have ads, you have to have something else. That something else is probably worse than having ads. Nobody likes them, but this is extremely disappointing. If you refuse to give us a higher cut of the profits that we are earning, can you address the absurd amount of advertisements that are driving away viewers and limiting discoverability? This is going to be the curse, isn't it? This is the curse of Twitch. That the long tail effects of this is that they cannot easily succeed without making significantly more money than they already are, and they can't in many cases make significantly more money than they already are without also diminishing the experience for the viewers. Any other add-ons that you got to work in beta? Some work, some don't. They're really hit or miss. It entirely depends if the add-on developer is on the beta themselves and updating their add-ons. They're going to change this back sooner or later because people will leave. The thing is they won't, because it doesn't affect anybody. The thing is this is the difficulty with situations like this. They've told people about this, but it doesn't affect anybody. It affects 1% of the 1%. The only people it affects are the people who are both already on a 70-30 split, which you could probably count those people on one hand. It only affects them, and they also have to have opted into the 50-50 ad revenue thing recently, which they probably would have done anyway. The amount of people this actually affects is practically none. Problem is that most streamers think there'll be a 70-30 Andy one day. Maybe. Our recent bump in ad revenue share to 55% as part of the ads incentive program is a great way for these larger streamers to make up most, if not all, of the revenue. In case you were wondering what the motivation was here, another reminder that OnlyFans only takes 20%. True, but it's a different game, right? OnlyFans is not serving, like, OnlyFans is yeah, it's not dealing with video content quite in the same fashion. It doesn't have the same upkeep costs. Sure. See, go OnlyFans. Maybe I should. Maybe that's the end goal. After the YouTube announcements today, this isn't the response I expected to see. 50-50 doesn't give a lot of people scope to turn their passion into a career, Ad revenue is very hit or miss on the current scheme and is not a dependable source of income yet either. After having a conversation with another creator, he demonstrated to me how the ad revenue split actually helps. It's increased his ad revenue by at least 15 times over, probably because they turned ads on. The simple science of this, and I can attest to this myself, the simple science on this is if you turn ads on, you make money from ads. If you don't turn ads on, you don't make money from ads. But you have to decide whether you want to have ads on or have ads off. And also, for reference, after the YouTube announcements yesterday, what YouTube announcements yesterday? Does anybody have any idea what the YouTube announcements yesterday were? And why I don't know about them? Because that sounds a lot like something I should know about. So any streamer earning 100k USD per year from the sub revenue will not be affected by this. Correct. But there will, if you're not on it, the bigger impact from this is if you're not on a 70-30 split in the first place, it doesn't affect you. Made maybe €3 more in ad revenue last month. It had more to do with me being raided than anything else. The 70-30 split is not... the 70-30 split was just another creative way for Twitch to start switching people's mindset on to actually announcing, actually putting ads, taking away... Because most streamers used to run in the fashion that they press the ad button. I know this doesn't affect anybody who just watches. Well, it does affect people who just watch streams, actually. If you let Twitch take control over when Twitch displays ads, you can have it set so that there is no pre-roll ads on your stream. This is this is like Blizzard making a problem and then selling you the solution again, right? So Twitch has it so that pre-roll ads on a stream can be 30 seconds long and they're unskippable. What this does to a creator like myself is practically mean that about 30% of the people that go to watch my stream never see a single second of my stream because they get pissed off by the advert and they go somewhere else. 30%. That's a big percentage of viewers when you don't have tens of thousands of them. 30% of people who choose to start watching my stream never get there because of pre-roll ads. So if you let Twitch deal with ads, you can have it set so that you will never ever have a pre-roll ad on your stream. So everybody that chooses to start watching you can get to watch you. But then Twitch is just playing ads at seemingly random to everybody throughout that stream. So it's a kiss-curse situation. You have to choose the lesser of two evils. A streamer, because it's live, and because what some people have said here, you can't pause it. Ads are very intrusive for a streamer. I barely know when it's happened a couple of times today that an ad has gone out, and I've not noticed on my dashboard that an ad is playing, and I've started talking about something, and people have been like, oh shit, I missed it. There was an ad playing. It's natural. Ads are naturally intrusive. But as we've discussed, the alternatives are potentially worse. There's no clear and simple solution to this, which is one of the big reasons why YouTube doesn't push live streaming. Because YouTube doesn't want to have to deal with all of this. Why does YouTube want to deal with all of this when they have the most lucrative video platform on the internet, on the planet, anyway? What does YouTube have to gain by squishing Twitch? Nothing whatsoever. In fact, if anything, YouTube can benefit from letting Twitch bring new content creators up. YouTube can sit there, let Twitch make everybody, go from 2 viewers to 500 viewers, and then YouTube can claim them. Then YouTube doesn't have to incur any of the costs initially. They only then take the creators that are profitable. Boom. That's why YouTube doesn't try and squish Twitch, because it doesn't want to. It would rather Twitch do its thing. And it'll just cherry pick the people that are, you know, the brands, the people who are profitable to begin with. Oh, okay. We got some YouTube news here. What's this? Announces creators will be eligible to earn ad revenue off shorts. Well, you already could. You already could, but it was dodgy. I'm fine with playing 3 minutes of ads an hour, which I do during breaks. What I'm not okay is letting Twitch play 90 seconds every 30 minutes, regardless of what I'm doing. Even though that means half of my streams do have pre-rolls. Yeah, I understand. It's one of those where you have to try and find the middle ground, the lesser of two evils. Either you end up having lots of ads, like at 5-10 minutes apart from each other, or you cluster them all together. I've gone by the process of just letting Twitch do its thing, but it tends to cluster ads together. And I can see this on my viewership dashboard. I know a lot of you don't care about this, and I apologize I'm talking about it so much, but I can see on my viewer dashboard when an ad has played, because I lose about 10% of my viewers every time an ad plays. Lots of streamers end up having YouTube clip channels and channels for posting the whole streams. I do exactly the same. I have Mantheus TV, which is my second channel where every stream gets put on, so that that channel is not monetized. There should not be any ads on that stream at all. So if you do watch the VOD, it makes a lot more sense to watch the VOD over on the YouTube channel than it does on Twitch. You don't get the chat. You know, at least when you watch a VOD on Twitch, the chat also follows with the VOD, but what's this? What's this one then? What we got going on here? YouTube announces creators will be eligible for revenue from shorts, the platform's TikTok competitor. Yeah, I suppose. YouTube unveiled major changes to its partner program Tuesday, announcing that creators will soon be able to earn ad revenue off shorts, its TikTok competitor. You already could, but it was not really all that great, because the way YouTube pays you is heavily based on watch time, which a 3-second clip isn't going to do much for you. The YouTube partner program, which began in 2007, has paid creators a cut of ad revenue generated from their videos. Over the past 3 years, YouTube has paid creators, artists, and media companies over $50 billion, the company said in a blog post. But videos posted to Shorts, which debuted in 2020, were not included. Instead, YouTube launched the Shorts Fund, a $100 million fund distributed over the course of 2021-2022 to pay eligible creators. Which was dog shit, by the way, which may be why you've noticed that I don't post shorts, because I tried it and it was dog shit. Any professions going into Dragonflight worth pairing? If you're going to do gathering in any way, shape or form, take 2 gathering professions. Everything else is entirely up to you. The pairing side of things, it's so easy to have alts nowadays that you're better off just, you know, putting the other professions on alts. Starting early next year, YouTube partners will be eligible for revenue sharing on both YouTube's main platform and on Shorts, the company said Tuesday, blah, blah, blah. The criteria for the YouTube partner program will not change for long-form videos, but Shorts-focused creators can apply to the program if they have at least 1,000 subscribers and 10 million Shorts views over 90 days. Okay. Okay. So they're pushing views over watch time. Okay, sure. That's not easy. That's not easy. It's easy to get one, it's not easy to get the other. In whichever one you get, you might not easily get the other. For reference, the criteria for the YouTube Partner Program is 4,000 hours of watch time and 1,000 subs. Someone from Twitch is watching and hitting that ad button whenever you get into a topic. Is it really? Oh, yes, you're right. Another ad is in progress. Yeah. If I don't look at my... See, this is the thing, right? It's a balancing act. Getting 1,000 subscribers from 0 on a shorts focused channel is a monstrous thing to achieve because nobody's subscribing to shorts channels. You could get 10 million views because shorts bang views, but you wouldn't get the other. And if you get the 1,000 subs, you're unlikely to quickly... Oh, I don't know. That's a challenge for most people, unless you already have a really successful YouTube channel and you just decide to make a completely shorts focused channel. Some people already have. The lots of people out there already have already split off shorts channels to be completely separate, because the reality is that if you start spamming shorts on your main YouTube channel, it pisses people off because people don't want to watch them. But if you do engage in that TikTok-esque, you know, just firing through just dumb 6-second videos, if that's your jam, then, you know, it works. This unique business model means we only succeed when our creators do. YouTube's vice president in creative products, blah, 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 blah. Creators are succeeding. The major creators, entrepreneurs are building successful businesses on their own with employees of fully fledged operations. The company will also launch Creator Music, an online catalog that allows YouTube creators to license copyright music for use in long-form videos. Creators who don't want to pay for licenses will be able to share the ad revenue with copyright holders. That's already a thing. That's already a thing. If I put flipping, I don't know, a Rihanna song on a YouTube video, Sony Entertainment Music or whoever owns Rihanna would claim the video. They can either, the difference is they can either claim all of the revenue or they can do a rev share. So it kind of partly already exists, but the issue is that the music companies are greedy and they never do the rev share. They just take all the money. So maybe this will be a better way for creators for sure. Until now, creators typically used royalty-free music or risked having their videos taken down for copyright violations. We believe Creator Music will mean more creator-artist collabs, more tunes in viewers' playlists, and more ways for artists to break through, all whilst continuing to put the money in creators' pockets themselves. Okay, that was very off-topic in something where we start talking about shorts and then start talking about Creator Music. This could be good, though. This could definitely be good. We believe Creator Music will mean blah, blah, blah. For videos posted to shorts, YouTube will add up the entirety of the revenue from ad runs between videos on its shorts feed to reward shorts creators and help cover the cost of music licensing. Oh, this is how they're going to do it then. They're using shorts to fund Creator Music. That's very clever. That's very clever. Obviously, they're big enough to do that. Creators will receive 45% of the total revenue distributed based upon their shares of total shorts views. The share will remain the same regardless of whether they used licensed music. Oh, that's very clever. That's, yeah, that's quite smart. YouTube is going to drag the music industry into the 20th century. Well, somebody's got to at some point because they are miles behind. Absolutely miles behind. Since music fuels some of our most vibrant and memorable shorts, it simplifies the complexity of music licensing so that creators don't have to worry about whether or not they use the music in their short. That's really clever. That could really be because the problem with TikTok right now, TikTok bangs views. It's disgusting to say it, but TikTok bangs views. The views you can get on TikTok are disgusting. But you know what? The money you make on TikTok outside of brand deals, zippo. Absolutely nothing. TikTok has not been able to monetize their platform very well at all. There is a monetization system on TikTok, but you better be getting tens of millions of views before you're making $20. You've got to bang views in such an astronomical scale that's not sustainable for growth of the platform long term. But if YouTube can just say, right, you know what? The revenue that is generated by ads playing in front of shorts will be split between you and the licensee of the music used in the short. That's very clever. That's very clever. All they got to do now is make it so shorts aren't so shit. They got to get some good people making shorts. I should read the original post, not the news about it. I'll take a look at the original in a second. Hank Green, an early YouTube star who's an authority on the culture of the internet, described the revenue sharing plans as a serious threat to TikTok. Green was amongst those who called out TikTok's monetization feature this year for underpaying creators. The way TikTok compensated them through the Creator Fund, a pool of money distributed based on creator shares on the platform's overall views, was out of date, some argued. Yeah, TikTok's monetization is just dog shit. It's terrible. TikTok Pulse, to begin exploring our first advertising revenue share program with creators, public figures, and media publishers. The advertising program allows marketers to buy inventory in the top 4% of all videos on the platform in a dozen categories. Creators and publishers at least 100,000 followers were eligible to participate in the initial stage. Wow, that goes to show, right? Unless you are banging it on TikTok, this is a full-time career for somebody on YouTube, right? This is not just the entry level to monetization. On YouTube, 100k subs on YouTube, full-time job. 100k views, that can pay your way. That can pay your way if you get 100k subs on YouTube. But that's the barrier to entry just to monetize your content on TikTok currently. And even then you get fuck all for it. All right, where's the actual article? Is this the actual YouTube article? TikTok's made for the Chinese market. The fees are normal if you take a perspective of views people using TikTok in China. Yeah, clearly TikTok has its issues, but okay. From its earliest days, is there a dark mode on these flipping websites? From its earliest days, YouTube opened the door for millions of people to share their voice, find a community, reach a goal, blah, 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 blah. YouTube Partner Program in 2007, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, cool. Today, we introduce the next chapter in rewarding creativity on the platform. New ways to make money with shorts, and a reimagining of how the music industry and creators can work together. Oh, what's this then? YouTube Partner Program, eligibility, 1,000 subscribers, and 4,000 valid public watch hours in the last 12 months, or 10 million shorts in the last 90 days. Okay. Back when the YouTube Partner Program began, YouTube had one creative format, the standard horizontal video, and one main source of revenue, ads. Fast forward to today, creators are continually testing the boundaries of expression, from 15-second vertical shorts to 15-minute videos to 15-hour live streams. Well, that's funny because YouTube cuts off after 12 hours automatically. That's not true. You can't stream. Okay. Or maybe that's an OBS setting. Actually, I might be wrong with that. I might have. Sorry, YouTube. I think I'm wrong on that one. YouTube now offers 10 ways for our partners, over 2 million partners, to make money, but we're not done. Today, we're expanding our partner program. Starting in early 2023, shorts-focused creators can apply to the YouTube Partner Program. They need 1,000 subs and 10 million views over 90 days. New partners will enjoy all the benefits of our regular partner program, including various ways to make money from ads on long form and fan funding. None of which I use of hardly any of this. I don't do merch. I don't even know what ticketing is. YouTube Brand Connect doesn't exist unless you're a million plus Andy. Super Chat is only for streaming. Same with Super Stickers. Super Thanks is a thing, but it's basically like Donut and it's basically like Bits. Never took off. And the YouTube channel memberships is a thing for some people for sure. We also want to support creators who are even earlier in their YouTube journey, from gamers showing off their initial speedruns to trend-setting DIY makeup tutorials. A new level of YouTube Partner Program with lower requirements will offer earlier access to fan funding features like Super Thanks, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and channel memberships. We were talking earlier about Twitch, right? Talking earlier about how Twitch does a reasonably good job of garnering those starting creators. You need like 3 concurrent viewers to get affiliate on Twitch. Affiliation gives you a sub button. Getting a sub button on Twitch used to be like a really big thing. Now you start streaming, you load your stream on your phone, and you sit the dog in front of the TV, and hey presto, apparently you're a Twitch streamer. It doesn't make a blind bit of difference but it's the same theory, right? And this is all designed to keep the support of a creator on platform. I do wonder if there'll be a day where YouTube or Twitch starts to take a stance against things like Patreon, for example. Because they might do. But the way that they'd do that is they'd have to bring a system similar to Patreon in-house. They kind of do with the channel memberships, but it's just not anywhere near as good, so people don't use it. To reward creators across a range of formats, we'll have paths for long form, short, and live creators to join this new tier in 2023. Stay tuned for more details. To be clear, nothing will change for our existing criteria. Creators can still apply to the YouTube Partner Program when they hit 1,000 subs and have 4,000 hours of watch time. These changes reflect the diversity of our growing creator community. Creators can choose the option that suits them best for their channel, while we maintain the same level of brand safety for advertisers. This is key. This is key, right? This is why YouTube has the advantage over Twitch. And so hence why today Twitch had to do this. No, shit, where's it gone? Where's the... Twitch had to do this. Twitch had to do this today because... Probably, I'm going to be honest, the reason this probably happened was because a big name advertiser turned around and was like, we're going to pull our funds from your service if you maintain like I said, Coca-Cola, McDonald's stroll in and they see their adverts being played next to gambling streams. They are out of there like a flash. They are out of there like a flash. Coca-Cola, McDonald's, they do not want to be put next to gambling streams. It's got a massive everything to these big companies is about market perception. If anything gets in the way of a positive marketing perception, it gets squished straight off. Not gonna happen. We'll advertise somewhere else. We'll spend our money on YouTube because guess what? They offer a level of brand safety to advertisers. When you spend marketing money on YouTube, you give YouTube a briefcase of cash to display a bunch of adverts. You can tell YouTube that this is an advert about, I don't know, this is an advert for a gaming keyboard. YouTube will then play that advert against gaming content, It's a win-win, right? The ads in front of the videos are more relevant to the viewer, making them less gross, less annoying, and the adverts are then more effective for the person that's paying for those adverts to be displayed. It makes a lot of sense. It's a win-win situation for everybody. Twitch don't do that. Twitch doesn't do it. Twitch, McDonald's strolls in and says, here's a briefcase of $10 million, display some ads. Twitch goes, cool, great, bleh, and they just vomit those ads across the entire platform without practically any control of where they go. You can probably say that I don't want them to appear in this category or on this category. I would imagine, for example, when Blizzard start to advertise on Twitch to promote Wrath of the Lich King Classic or Dragonflight, that they probably don't want to advertise against their direct competition or games that are completely different from theirs. There's probably some categorization, but the fact that, Twitch, for the most part, just splurge their ads across the whole platform with almost no control is not great, for the big companies out there spending the big bucks. Gambling a no, but girls in hot tubs are a yes. It's a valid argument. It's a valid argument. That is true. It is a very valid argument. But the negative connotations of girls in hot tubs, watching a girl watching Amaranth dance around in a hot tub is unlikely to lead to you having a severe addiction that could, destroy your life. It's a different kettle of fish. I agree with you. I agree with you, but it's still different. The popularity of short-form video has exploded on YouTube. Over 30 billion daily views and 1.5 billion monthly logged-in users. To start rewarding this new creative class, we've launched a temporary shorts fund, which was dog shit. Now we're expanding our unique business model to this new format. Revenue sharing is coming to shorts. So here's how it's going to work. Beginning in 2023, current and future YouTube partner creators will be eligible for revenue sharing on short. Can I pause this goddamn annoying video? In shorts, ads run between videos in the shorts feed. So every month, revenue from these ads will be added together and used to reward shorts creators and help cover the cost of the music licensing. From the overall amount allocated to creators, they will keep 45% of the revenue, distributed based on the total on their share of total shorts views. The revenue share remains the same no matter how much music they use or not. This is going to work very similar then to how YouTube Premium works, which is an indication to me that this really won't make much of a difference to smaller creators at all. For reference, YouTube Premium. If you are a YouTube Premium subscriber, you do not see a single ad on the platform ever. But that doesn't mean that creators don't get some benefit of that, right? So in a YouTube, I wonder how much of this I can show without displaying too much information. There's probably not much of this I can showcase, but the revenue that you make on a video is split up into two categories. Normally it's split up into ad revenue and it's split up into YouTube Premium revenue. Any watch time on a video from a YouTube Premium member, you get a percentage. Like, you pay $10 for YouTube Premium, right? You pay $10 for YouTube Premium. YouTube keeps 50%. I can't remember the percentages, but YouTube keeps 50% of that by default, right? That remaining $5, it splits up that money based on your watch time of content, right? So if you only watch, if you're a YouTube Premium member, so you don't see ads, and the only videos you ever watch on YouTube are mine, I would get that $5 because 100% of your watch time is of my content. Now, of course, that's not how it works, but if you watch some videos of mine, you go watch this, you go watch that, you go watch that, that $5 is split up between all of those creators, and it's done based on watch time. So instead of watch time, they're going to do the same thing with shorts, but they're going to do it based on views. Because, let's be honest, watch time on shorts is tragic. But that still means the shorts that bang views will get the lion's share of that 45% of the revenue. If you're posting shorts and you're not doing anything less than, 1 million views on a shorts, you probably won't be making anything on it at all. YouTube Premium and a Twitch Turbo user, and nobody got time for ads. I don't even make a lot of money, but killing adverts for like $25 a month between the two is more than worth it for me. Yeah, I'm the same. I cannot remember the last time I have seen an ad on YouTube or on Twitch because, yeah, it's easily the best money spent. Easily. Watch time on shorts is short. It very much so. This brand new approach to allow us to reward all YouTube partner creators who make up the shorts experience is not just those with videos running next to ads. In addition, since music fuels some of the most vibrant and memorable shorts, it simplifies the complexities of music licensing so that creators do not have to worry about whether or not they use music in their short. This is so clever. We expect the majority of our shorts fund recipients to earn more money under this new model, which was built for long-term sustainability. Yes, because it's a growth model. It scales. This is why subs on Twitch don't scale and why YouTube doesn't push memberships, because it doesn't scale. The only way to scale it is to acquire more people. YouTube struggles to acquire more people because they already have all of the people. This is why Facebook is doomed. Facebook is struggling right now because they cannot acquire more users because they've cashed out. They've got everybody already. That's a topic for another day. Revenue sharing on Shorts ad is yet another way for creators to make money. It adds to our full suite of products, which enables us to pay artists, blah, blah, blah. We're also launching Super Thanks for Shorts in the beta to thousands of creators, with a complete rollout expected next year. So if you want to support monetarily in the form of a donation, you can do that on platform on YouTube as well. Another way for YouTube to take a small share. Make sure that you foster the correct way of supporting creators. This is the clever bit, though. The money on shorts I don't care about. The clever bit is the use of music. This could be a very clever part of it. Music is essential to shorts and across YouTube. Over the years, we've seen how creators give classics new life or bring a local hit to the global stage. But the complexity of music licensing has meant that most long-form videos that feature music don't result in the creator getting paid. Absolutely, because the music industry is fucking savage. They don't piss about, and they're greedy as all hell. So in recognizing an opportunity to build a bridge between the music industry and creators on our platform, we're redefining how music can be featured in creators' videos. We're introducing Creator Music, a new destination in YouTube Studio that gives YouTube creators easy access to an ever-growing catalogue of music for use in their long-form videos. Creators can now buy affordable, high-quality music licenses that offers them full monetization potential. They will keep the same revenue share as if they'd usually make on videos without any music. And for creators who don't want to buy a license up front, they'll be able to use songs and rev share with the track's artists and associated rights holders. Creator Music, currently in beta in the US and expanding more over the countries in 2023, will offer a streamlined process for creators. They'll be able to instantly see the terms for their song selected. See, this is the YouTube backend has a music library, but I mean, literally 3 songs a month are added to it, which is absolute dog shit. But the trick here will be for them to. The trick here will be them to pay the artists better than they do on Spotify. If YouTube can pay the artists more than what they would get on Spotify, they'll get every single artist on the planet to sign up for this. And that's not going to be hard because Spotify doesn't pay them a lot. And the reason Spotify doesn't pay them a lot is because they've got the #1 streaming platform in the world. But if YouTube can, put forward the idea of that, well, if 6 seconds of your music track is used in a short that then goes on to get 10 billion views, then that's likely to pay you substantially more as an artist than significantly more as an artist than what a few streams on Spotify would probably get you. That's going to be the trick to this. This is, in theory, this makes a lot of sense. This makes a lot of sense on paper. The trick will be here is to get artists to sign up for it. But luckily, they're Google. Luckily, it's YouTube. It's probably not going to take too much, considering YouTube Music already exists. The fact that YouTube Music already exists and they have a catalogue of artists that's already on their platform, it's not going to take too much for YouTube to bang them an email and say, you know what? Do you want to make some more money? Do you want to make a little bit more money? We'll still pay you for your streams on YouTube Music. But you know what? We'll also, if you want to allow creators to put your music in streams, you'll make a little bit more money and all. You find me a music artist that's gonna turn down that offer. I can't imagine there'll be many of them. It's clever, smart. It's what the music industry needs for sure, and it's what the shorts. Not that I'm a big fan of this 6-second short form stuff. I must admit though, I get suckered on TikTok occasionally. I'll be flicking through TikTok and I'll realise, shit, I've been doing this for an hour. What's going on? Where did the last 60 minutes go? It's highly addictive. And obviously, for that reason, YouTube wants in. And it is of no surprise to me that YouTube is going in this direction than trying to take the Twitch market away from them. YouTube doesn't care to take the Twitch market away from Twitch, because if anything, Twitch doing what Twitch does best is a perfect storm for YouTube. Let Twitch do what Twitch does best, which is pay the costs for all of the small streamers to grow their audience, and then YouTube just comes along and takes the streamers who are already established, already profitable, gives them a nice little cushy streaming deal on YouTube. YouTube's got no reason to take Twitch's platform. It's actually better off with Twitch doing what Twitch does. YouTube doesn't need to be the #1 streaming platform. It actually prefers Twitch doing that, because it then means that they don't have to incur the costs of doing it. So that's an interesting. What a day for news. What a day for news. Updated gambling policies on Twitch. A very, very aggressively PR worded post on revenue share for subs on Twitch, which is clearly not gone down very well with the community, as it does not take a genius to work out it's complete BS. To YouTube turning around and saying, you know what, we want some of that Twitch viewership. Not only do we want some of that, we want some of that TikTok viewership. And not only are we going to take some of that TikTok viewership, we're going to pay people. And we're going to make creators from all angles more money in the process. Fuck. It's good effort. It's good effort. This is one of the biggest spectral squirrels in a long time. I started the stream today saying I might talk about this, but I don't want to spend too long on it. How long have I been streaming for now? I've completely lost track. I've got no idea what's going on now. Up to it. Fuck. Okay, I've spent like 2 hours on this. Oops. It's Jack's fault. He keeps sending me links on Discord of things I should look at. Plus the memes. Twitch, very, very smart. Good effort there, Twitch. Give yourself an award. Pat yourself on the back there, fellas. Well done. Well. I'm surprised you're not hungry. I am actually really hungry. I am very hungry. You know what? If I don't call it now, I don't think I will. So, what an interesting day for news. Well, I absolutely didn't expect going down that path. I tried. I tried to bring it back to video games. I tried really hard. To bring it back to video games. But, unfortunately, it doesn't always work. So we didn't do... Isn't my stream title today something about fishing? I didn't fish a single fish. Not a single fish. Oh well. Fishing stream's going to have to wait. We'll call that a Thursday job, I think. Eat on stream, you get more viewers. You do, but there's a problem with eating on stream that it requires my wife to make the food, which I can't always rely on her to do. And it's not fair. So, or the alternative is I order food, but that gets expensive if I do that every day. So, I wonder if this counts as goal making. Yeah, what did I tweet out this morning? 24-hour fishing stream? Probably not, but I will be playing with my rod. Oh lord. Only do I come up with terrible puns like that before coffee. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for the analysis. It's been very informative. I'm quite surprised, if I'm going to be honest, that so many of you have stuck around for that, and I appreciate the fact that you do. I'm passionate about this sorts of stuff, and I enjoy talking about it, and I like analyzing it, and I like trying to, at least if it benefits some people, to cut through the bullshit in this. If it allows somebody to see the bullshit that is being thrown in their direction, and, better educate somebody about the platform that they stream on. Just joined, can you start over? Hey, Gumdrops, give me an hour and it'll be on YouTube. It'll be on YouTube in an hour, don't you worry. Both the VOD and probably I might chop some of this up into a video. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's really quite good for my YouTube, but where's the fishing stream title? Oh, that's true. I just called it beta exploration and goal making, didn't I? And I've spoke about gambling, Twitch stealing more money from subs from their top creators to pay for the creators to grow so that they can then get stolen by YouTube, and then YouTube's fancy way of taking it to TikTok. Oh, and tax. Oh, what a weird day. What a weird reset day. Well, I guess it's more informative than just reacting to YouTube videos, right? I haven't sunk that low. I mean, I do occasionally, but I don't think I've sunk that low today. I think it's been a reasonable stream. Anyway, I am hungry. Who said it? Somebody said they're surprised that I'm not hungry. I am hungry. I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to stop thinking about all of this weird and wonderful stuff. There's somebody streaming about this if you want to raid. Who's on? Is there anybody on? I don't know. I've not been using the whole raid thing for a while. Mr. GM, 1.2k views. What's he doing today? How's Mr. GM banging views? Is he giving away beta keys? He's giving away beta keys. Everybody, go. We're going to raid Mr. GM. I want as many of you guys to have access to beta keys as possible. I, unfortunately, am not blessed with the ability to give away beta keys. But I would highly suggest then go lurk in Mr. GM's stream, if nothing else, and try your luck at getting access to beta. Because the more people that have access to it, the better the community can, you know, push forward. So we're gonna raid Mr. GM. Go say hi to Dan. Send him your love. And I'm gonna call it there for today, boys and girls. Let's set up the raid. Mr. GM. Start the raid. Right then, boys and girls. It's been a pleasure. I'll catch you all tomorrow in a bit. Peace.